All right, we will begin our meeting tonight, and I'll ask the secretary to call the roll. Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunn.
Present.
Alderman Sandor.
Here.
Alderman Lassiter.
Here.
Alderman Maruco.
Here.
Alderman Ventura. Mayor and members of the board, we do have 5 that are present, 1 that is not present, a quorum is present.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will open tonight. This is a zoning board of adjustment meeting. And first item on the agenda is consideration and action on the approval of the zoning board of adjustments meeting minutes dated August 6, 2026. So do we have any discussion before I call for a motion? Okay, hearing none, I would request a motion for approval of the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve it as written, Mayor.
All right, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, we will now move into a public hearing for discussion to conduct a hearing to consider a variance request for the property 1317 Mill Creek Drive to reduce the required 25-foot front building setback of up to 6 feet to preserve a large oak tree. Item B, conduct a public hearing to consider a variance request for an accessory building setback for the property located at 1601 Stagecoach Circle, Salado, Texas. That particular item we will continue the public hearing to the next meeting and only talk tonight about item A, which is the variance request for the property at 1317 Mill Creek Drive. Is Gina, you leading the discussion on this? Okay, take it away.
So 1317 Mill Creek Drive, variance request. The property owner is requesting a variance to reduce the required 25-foot front setback at 1317 Mill Creek Drive. Staff published the required public hearing notice in the local newspaper and mailed notices to property owners within 200 feet of the subject property. No comments in support or opposition to this request were received. The property owner's hardship letter is included in your packet. According to the letter, the location of a large oak tree was inaccurately shown on the initial property survey. The request setback reduction will allow the home's footprint to be shifted closer to the street to preserve this tree. The variance was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on August the 11th. And the commission voted 4-1 for the variance request recommendation to the Board of Adjustments. A representative from the property is here this evening to add any additional information and answer any questions that you may have. And staff has no other comments at this time.
Okay, so now I will open it up. If there are comments or questions from the Board of Aldermen, anyone have a question, or you want me to call the property owner first? Okay. All right, we will do that. So we will take public comments under the public hearing. So please come forward.
Linda Reynolds, 1110 Mill Creek Drive. First, I'd like to welcome the Malones to the neighborhood. and expressed my concern at the P&Z meeting, none of the board members asked if there were positive or negative comments at all. And the concern about the tree was very harmful to me. If you go down Mill Creek Drive, which I think none of you probably ever do except Alderman Dunge, who lives there with me, if you don't know the road, it's a little hard to realize that everybody lives on the road practically. There's not room for 2 cars on the road. It's an old road. It wasn't planned for big cars. It wasn't planned for this much traffic. But we don't want to lose that tree. The Malones deserve to keep that tree. It will protect them from golf balls breaking their windows, which will happen, I'm sorry to say. I hope that you go ahead and let them do what they need to do to keep the tree. We all pretty much live on the road, given the size of cars and the size of the road. So that really isn't an issue. And if you live on the golf course, most people are never told this by real estate agents, but you have no privacy. You're either watching golfers walk by and on your, what I call their front, or on the back. You really are close to the road no matter what. So I hope you'll listen to their request and welcome them to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, please step forward.
Express my appreciation for y'all hearing our request tonight. I'm David Malone. This is my wife, Mary. We bought this lot 22 years ago with the full intent of building our retirement home there. And at that point, it just looked like a perfect lot. And what we didn't realize was the lot originally had a driveway easement on it that gave the owner next door the right of permanent ingress and egress to access his side entry garage, but the driveway was on our property. I'm assuming that a prior owner owned both pieces of property. Luckily, recently the house next door was sold and that easement was removed. The owner gracefully abandoned it so that we could use our entire lot to build a house. It's a small lot. It has a beautiful bur oak on it that we are doing everything possible to save it. The septic requirements say that you've got to have a primary and secondary field on the lot, and you can't build a house larger than 2,499 square feet with 3 bedrooms. We did that. If you look at your drawing, you couldn't move the house footprint 6 inches in any direction without breaking a code. But it met everything. We were able to shoehorn this lot in, get the septic in, get the house in. Unfortunately, when we got the septic system installed about 6-8 weeks ago, when the foundation contractor was asked to come in and pin the corners of the house is going to be it's going to be a side-on grade. But in order to help the tree survive, we decided to make all the back decking on pier and beam so that we wouldn't, hopefully we would give the root zone a bigger area of, we wouldn't cut the root zone as severely as we could. It was less severe if we had the decking on pier and beam. Unfortunately, we realized when the foundation contractor came in and said if there was a pier right next to the tree, probably a foot away from it, and just literally, we couldn't, it probably would hit immediately a roof, a major roof down if we had left it like that. So that's when we decided we would come and ask for the variance. I don't know why the tree was not properly located. I learned at the last meeting, at the P&Z meeting, that unless you engage with an architect, that trees aren't accurately located if it's just a designer. We had Curtis Cook, one of the local gentlemen, did our design and did a beautiful design. Daniel Reeder was the septic designer, and he did a great job of getting the septic system in and getting it all in place without, and meeting code in every aspect. So when we realized that we had this pier going in right next to the tree, we decided, and we talked to Gina, and we decided we would go ahead and ask for a variance. So that's why we're here tonight, because we absolutely love that tree. It was what attracted us to the lot in the first place, and we have done everything. We've had many arborists come out and help us, consult with us. We've already trimmed the tree to have the house fit up underneath it. But we really, in order to save the tree, we're asking that we are able to move the house 6 feet forward. One of the things that I'd like to point out is, if you look at the plot of the site, we have the 25-foot building setback line from the property lines, but the property lines are themselves about 23 to 25 feet off of the street. So the front of the house is really in the 45-foot approximation away from the street. After it's moved up, if you allow us to move the house up 6 feet, we still are going to have 42 to 45 feet of distance between us and the street. So, it is not one house. We're pretty much even with the front of the house next on one side, and a little bit in front of the house on the other side. And none of the neighbors in our conversations with them had any objections to that. We've already made friendships over the years, because we've been trying to build this house for 3 years now, and we're finally at the point where it looks like we're almost at the half-yard line. We're hoping to push it across the first touchdown at this meeting. But I'd be glad to answer any questions you have about anything.
So David, welcome to the community, and it's great to, good to see that lot's actually going to be developed. It's one thing that I hear, have they signed anything saying they're okay on both sides?
I might defer to Gina. Yeah. Both of them, yes. They haven't signed anything, no, but I've had conversations with both homeowners on both sides, and they have been wonderful in every way, especially John Patch, who he abandoned the easement, which really allowed us to build a one-story house. And at our age, it's going to have to be a two-story house with the easement. So abandoning the easement gave us the ability to go back and redesign a one-story house. It's very grateful for.
Yeah, I've got some. Is this the lot next to Jeff's old house? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was my question. My comment in looking at this is, I can see the shape of the home that you're proposing to build, and so I want to tell you that I appreciate you guys spending the energy and effort and money that it's going to take to cut this house up so as to save that heritage oak. This house is cut up, and it seemingly is for only that reason along the backside. And so I think, and then if Curtis Cook's involved, then I know it's going to be designed really well. And he certainly lives here and has been around here for a long time and cares very much about how his projects look. So, and the ask is really six feet, is it not?
Yes, the ask is for 6 feet.
I don't have any other questions. I don't think this matters, honestly. I think this is easy.
Alderman Lassiter?
Yeah, just one question. Would you tell me the approximate size of that tree in diameter? I'd just like to know for the record.
The way that arborists measure tree sizes is at chest high. You measure the diameter, circumference, and then you calculate the diameter. The diameter is 36 inches. But as it gets bigger, as it gets down to the ground, and then there's a rake system that you can visually see that is above ground, outside of that. So we're trying to this would put us maybe 7 feet away from, moving it up 6 is going to give us a 7-foot buffer for that one pier that has to go at the corner of the decking. And hopefully that we don't, that doesn't do major damage to the trees. But, and we, as you can see, we then offset the house significantly in order to not impact the breeze zone any more than we have to build a house.
So it's 36 inches waist high, basically, or a little chest high. And approximately how old is that tree?
I've asked that question of a couple of barbers, and they would say well over 100 years.
Okay.
I don't think they could tell me any.
I would expect that. Yeah.
But it's a gorgeous tree.
Okay.
It was talked about 20 years, right after we bought that 20 years ago. My understanding is there was a tornado that came through the neighborhood and it topped about the top 10 feet off the tree. It's recovered, but it's gone through its share of trials and tribulations over the years.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no further questions.
Alderman Marino?
I don't have any questions.
The only comment I have is I just wanted to note that the P&Z committee did vote in favor of giving you the variance. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they didn't really raise any issues about I think if you said it's the house on the right that's slightly you're slightly in front of.
If you look, if you're standing in the road and looking at the house, we will, if you look at our lot, the garages come out 15 feet farther than the rest of the house because of this V-notch that is in our property.
Yeah, I noticed.
And that even in itself was a real issue because the street, I think somebody must have thought the street was going to take a turn there, and that's why the property line has the V-notch. Well, the street didn't take a turn, so that was another, in order to fully utilize the bare minimum that we had in order to get the footprint of the house we wanted, we bumped up almost against every property line setback on all 4 sides. You couldn't move the house 6 inches any direction and not violate.
Yeah, I commend you on your effort to try to fit your house with all those constraints.
Thank you.
So appreciate that very much. I don't have any further questions, so I would look to the Alderman to provide a motion.
We're in a workshop. We're in a workshop. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So we will. Is there any? Okay. Sorry about that. I jumped the gun here. Is there any? I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else in the audience want to make comments or have a question? Okay, hearing none. So we will close the hearing. We'll close the hearing. As I mentioned at the start, the item B of the hearing will we will continue that to September 3rd. So that will be delayed. So we will go ahead and move to item 3, discussion, consideration, and possible action. On item A, regarding the variance request for the property at 1317 Mill Creek Drive to reduce the required 25-foot building setback of up to 6 feet to preserve a large oak tree. So I will look to the board, to someone to make a motion or an action for the board to consider.
I'll move to approve it as it's written.
Second? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Who was the second?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Go build your house. Okay, so I will call for adjournment of the zoning board of adjustments meeting. And we will close the meeting. Thank you. All right, let's take a 2-minute break to get settled for the workshop meeting, and then we'll get started here at 5:27 for the workshop. Thank you. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. Madam Secretary, when you're seated, if you will go ahead and call the roll.
Mayor Ingram,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Here.
Alderman Sandor,
Here.
Alderman Lassiter,
Here.
Alderman Ventura, Alderman Maruso.
Here.
Mayor Ingram and members of the board, we do have 5 members that are present, 1 that is not present, and 1 is.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the Board of Aldermen workshop meeting, and we will start discussion around topics that are on the agenda for August 20th, 2026 Board of Aldermen meeting. First item up is a discussion regarding the acceptance of the proposed public utility easement agreement between Bratton Land and Cattle LLC and the Village of Salado. And with that, I will turn to Gina, or you, okay. Village Administrator Benson will take it.
Bratton Land and Cattle. Bratton Land and Cattle LLC, which is the owner of Johnny's Steaks and Barbecue Restaurant, wants to construct an addition onto the existing building. To do so, however, the village subdivision regulations require the property to be platted into one lot. It has not been previously platted and currently consists of 6 parcels. As part of the platting process, the village's subdivision regulations require dedication of a 10-foot public utility easement along Thomas Arnold Road, which seems simple enough. However, a portion of the existing building extends approximately 2 feet into that 10-foot easement area. Therefore, this staff has met with with Bratton Land and Cattle LLC, and in the agreement, upon approval of the agreement, it would reduce the required public utility easement from 10 feet to 8 feet, removing the building, so no portion of the building would be sitting in that public utility easement. The city, or the village, excuse me, does not have any utilities along that area that are affected by the reduction of the utility easement. Additionally, Encore does have a utility easement existing in there that this utility easement, or the reduction in the utility easement size, will not affect them, or therefore it does not appear that the reduction from 10-foot utility easement to an 8-foot along Thomas Arnold Road will have any impact. On your computer screen, or behind you on the wall in the monitor, is a picture of the property with the red boxes that show where the utility easement is located, would be located. Upon approval of the agreement, the next step will be for them to submit a subdivision plat platting that property, and they'll be able to progress to that next step. So staff is, city attorney has reviewed this agreement and is in agreement, and as is staff, and we're recommending approval of the agreement.
Okay, so I'll open up for questions on the board. Alderman Sandor, you want to start off? You have any questions?
Is the ask an 8-foot easement across this entire subject area outlined in red, in lieu of a typical, what, 20-foot? 10-foot?
10-foot.
Yeah.
Along the 20-foot utility easement is required on the property along the frontage road, and that's not being altered.
That's going to remain
that
at
would
20?
still be at 20 feet. That's correct.
Okay. And isn't it true also that this this request for an easement variance, I guess is what this is because part of the Johnny Steaks and Barbecue, the vestibule specifically that enters into the original Johnny Steaks and Barbecue, encroaches into what would be a 10-foot easement by a matter of around a foot-ish.
2 feet.
2 feet.
2
So
feet.
that is the reason.
That is correct.
Okay. Yep. And I don't have any other questions, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Lassiter, any questions?
Just as a follow-up to Alderman Sandor's questions, the easements didn't even exist prior to the corporation of the town, and they still don't on Thomas Arnold Road.
That's correct. They won't exist until they plat the property, submit and the subdivision plat gets approved.
Yeah. So that building was there long before we even incorporated.
That's correct.
I have no further questions. I think it's fine.
All right, thank you. Alderman Maruco?
None yet. Can you come back to me?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Alderman Dunch, any
I
questions?
have no questions. That's all been clarified. Thank you.
Okay. I have no questions either from what has been presented, so I'll see if you've got any questions, Mr. Maruco.
No questions.
Okay. All right. With that, we will then proceed to item B, discussion regarding the applicants for appointment as municipal court judge. I think on this one, Administrator Benson, we will probably move into executive session during the Board of Aldermen meeting for discussion, or how do you want? Okay, so I guess yeah, okay. So I would suggest that's what we do, but is there any other preferences by anyone in the Board of Aldermen?
It's a quick question, Mayor. You want to move to an executive session during workshop to discuss item 1B?
Would be, yeah, yes, 1B. Now, I'm fine with doing it during the board meeting, if you want to just wait till the board meeting, so.
Are there any, we had 9 applicants?
10.
10. Are any of those applicants here tonight?
1.
The same one that's always here? Okay. I don't have any other questions right now. I'm fine with it if you want to do that. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Alderman Lassiter? Okay. Fine with you?
Good with that.
Since we've got executive session already scheduled, is it appropriate to just push it into that executive session, or John, would you?
You can do it either way. It's really your choice.
Okay.
You can do it now or in the regular meeting at that time.
Okay. I propose we do it in the regular meeting, just so that we can have it all done at once instead of breaking for 2 executive sessions.
Yes, that would be better.
Yeah. Okay. So we will table that and cover this item B in the executive session at the Alderman meeting. Item C, presentation and discussion regarding, the golf cart connectivity from Aravisa Development. That item has been taken off of the agenda. We won't be discussing that tonight. Item D, discussion regarding acceptance of the wastewater main on Baines Cove. Administrator Benson, will you be taking the lead on this?
Yes, so in your packet is a series of emails that were exchanged from the former or a previous village administrator, Don Ferguson, with Jim Boynton and Brett Boynton in the fall or early winter of 2022 into the spring of 2023. The Boyntons proposed and received approval from Mr. Ferguson for the construction of a wastewater main on Baines Cove for the purpose of providing sanitary sewer service to homes on that street. The sewer main provides service to several of the existing wastewater customers of the village that reside on that street as well, as of today. The sewer main, however, has never been accepted by the village and as such remains a private sewer main. In addition to requesting wastewater main, to be requesting that the wastewater main be accepted by the village, Mr. Boynton is requesting that the impact and connection fees for these homes be waived, as he has incurred other costs that were previously caused by the village at that time. A description of the costs incurred are included in the attached email from that Brett Boynton provided the city staff or myself on August 14th of this year. In addition, in front of your seat, I just handed out another letter that Mr. Boynton provided me this evening that also relates to costs, in the costs incurred in the construction of that line and the homes along that street. In context to the wastewater main itself, it was inspected during construction by the village's engineering consulting firm, MRB Group. MRB has provided the village with inspection reports and has stated to staff that it was constructed in accordance with the village's approved plans for that main. The one exception, which Mr. Ferguson, as the previous village administrator, he did waive the construction of manholes on that line in lieu of construction of cleanouts on that property. There's one of the emails in your packet relate to that or states that and provides the specifications. MRB has confirmed that the cleanouts were constructed in accordance with the plan for the specifications of the village for cleanouts. So that was the one waiver. As part of the acceptance of the wastewater main, the village will be accepting maintenance responsibility for the main itself moving forward. To this point, the village is not aware of having any issue, or that there has been any issues with that main since it's been constructed. Again, we wouldn't be responsible. We haven't been responsible for any maintenance issues, but we're not aware of any maintenance issues, which we feel we would have heard from our customers whose homes tie into that main. And we have not. So,
could you repeat that?
The staff is not aware of any issues with the sewer main that's being requested to be accepted by the city since it's been constructed. And we feel we would have heard, even though it's not our responsibility to maintain that, if there had been any issues, we feel we would have heard about that because we do have wastewater customers on that tie to that main. If there had been issues with it, they would have contacted us because of that main, thinking it was our responsibility. But we have not, city staff has not heard of any issues with the main. And again, MRB inspected it, said it was constructed in accordance with city specifications. Based on those reasons, staff is recommending the sewer main be accepted.
Okay, thank you, John. All right, I'll start with Alderman Marufo. Do you have any questions regarding this topic? Okay. Alderman Dunch.
I think the question I have is, what would have been the impact fees that is being asked to be waived in relation to the additional cost that was incurred? I mean, we're looking back on something, how many years ago? I would have assumed this was already taken care of, but this is kind of like digging through a long history. But in fairness and equitable for all those new constructions, I just want to make sure we're being fair. That what would have those impact fees been for those homes?
I don't know the exact amount.
Currently, it's 152. I don't know what it would have been back when it was constructed.
Per house. So, yeah, I don't believe it's changed.
So then $5,152 per house. 51, 52, is that what you said?
51, 52, that is current.
And how many homes are on this road?
I believe there's 6 current and two additional vacant lots.
And they have been residents there for several years, right? I mean,
Yes.
just now getting, okay. Yeah. Okay, and then I know I read through some of this, but I didn't know details of what were the additional charges that were incurred as a result of the village, and I didn't see like an outline of what those cost detailing were.
But I'll defer to Mr. Boynton to explain that.
Mr. Boynton, can you come up?
I apologize, I could not hear what you said about what is your the question? So I couldn't hear you.
Well, I'm just in making sure everything's more. There were 6 homes built. We're looking back to several administrations. It sounds like it's gone for a while. Shocked that we're still actually having this conversation
I can give
today.
you a rundown pretty quick.
So I just want to, in your words, a narrative, but I do want to make sure if I'm understanding that the impact fees should have been 51, 52 for 6 homes on that street, and there's 2 vacant lots.
One of the things that has gotten missed here, the line was supposed to go down, and I built the houses. The line was supposed to go down Bain Street, and our former city manager was pitting Chet Sutton and myself against each other because he wanted it to go down the ravine behind us.
Center Street would have been Center Street.
Well, it's a ravine, and I gave the city manager and the mayor documentation. It was already drawn on the plan. When I bought permits, it was going down Bain Street. Don Ferguson was not happy, and he forced it to go down the ravine. We went over that with the city manager and the mayor, and it's quite obvious what went on. But what cost me so much money was he held us up numerous times, and we already had agreed and bought permits and had one house built before all of a sudden he said, we're not going to run it down Bain Street. He also in an open meeting said it was never going down Bain Street, and we provided documentation of it was drawn down Bain Street. I got some more over here. If you want to see them, I can print you some copies of it, but the line was dug all the way to Santa Maria and turned and ran down Santa Maria almost to Bain Street when they covered it up. The other expenses, I had to pay for all of that. So the thing I came in to begin with and asked Don Ferguson for was, I said, I'm willing to give you permit fees on every lot we got, which was 8. And I sent it in, you got a letter just a minute ago, my attorney sent to him. We sent a check to cover that because it was going down Bain Street. The city was short of money, and I felt like that was the gentlemanly thing to do, to be sure 2 things. I had taps on every lot, and the city was not going to be short of money trying to do that. So it was a pretty good chunk of money.
So you've already paid an impact fee under the
No, he did not cash it. After he pitted Chet and myself against each other, they ran it down the ravine, he sent the check back.
Okay.
But I had 3 families that had houses paid for that are kin to me. I was building these houses, and they sat there vacant for almost a year. We were held up and held up and held up. On an average of $25,000 a piece per year for rent, extra electricity, he cost us lots and lots of money. So the agreement, when you see on that agreement where he said it's going to be approved by the P&Z at the next meeting on November's, we're going to approve it. It was to keep from being sued for costing us so much money to begin with. And the agreement was I would foot the bill for the sewer line, and the city would waive the tap fees. And I would put it all in, and it's in. Chet put it in. It's all right. It's all good. And it's stubbed out with 4-inch, ready to hook to houses. That was the agreement. We did that. We kept our agreement, and it's been a nightmare ever since. I mean, to me, when the city manager tells you, here's a building permit, stub it out to the front to the street, you're going to hook to it, and you have to U-turn it. The only reason we're hooked to it is we owned all the property between where we built and Chet Sutton's property. That's the only reason we're hooked. It cost me a lot of money.
I don't have any questions at this point. Thank you.
Alderman Lassiter, you have a question?
Thank you, Al. There's 9 houses on Baines Cove and Baines Street. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Well, they're lots, let's say lots.
Okay.
There's 9 lots.
Okay. Thank you. So there's 9.
Out of those, I'll follow up on it real quick, like 3 houses and a trailer house that has been there ever since we bought the place are hooked to the sewer. My son's house has a sewer tap, but he's still hooked to septic. And the reason he's hooked to septic is because there's nothing wrong with the septic. It was high end when it was put in. So there's nothing wrong with it, but he wanted to have a tap if he ever needed it.
Okay, so that's for that left 5. That left 5 other potential taps.
Yes, one for my son's house.
Yeah. Then the other
And
3.
then we got, let me count.
Excluding the other 3 you referenced.
Yeah.
5 of them.
So I've got 2 lots on one side of the street, not built on, 2 lots on the other side of the street, not built on, and then a tap for my son's house, if it ever should occur, if his septic failed. I don't think it will.
So in your son's letter to Mr. Ferguson, I guess, he is stating that you're asking for just 5 impact or 5 LUEs, or is that what you're?
I don't know what you call.
It's the letter.
Well, they use impact fees and sewer taps in different basically.
It's the 5125, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, but I just.
No, that's okay.
Since we have been out so much money, the agreement with Don is we're not going to sue you on the courthouse steps. Just let us get done. I wanted to follow through with it. My kids and my other family members did not. They said, we don't want to cause a stir. We've lost thousands of dollars. Let's just get it over with. That's how we ended up here.
Okay. So in Brent's letter, he's asking for not 9 but 5 impact fees, capital recovery fees, LUEs.
Whatever you call it, yes.
It's all the same thing to me. He's asking for a waiver of those impact fees or capital recovery fees for those 5 lots.
Right.
Which would be 50.
That was the agreement we had made with the city when Don Ferguson was here.
And what about those other 4? Your son is on hold, so what about the other 3? Did they pay impact fees, or is that
no? We put it all in and paid. We paid for every bit of that. The city did not pay anything.
Okay. And then did they pay an impact fee to hook up the other 3
No,
lots?
they did not.
Okay.
Because the agreement was, we don't sue you for that. I mean, it was a lot between the holding up on the house, and I've furnished y'all with a document showing that the city gave us a C of O for storage only. So I had a house done, and Don Ferguson made up a C of O for storage. So all I could do is store this grown woman who's an assistant superintendent for private schools. I could store her furniture in it. She couldn't live in it for a year.
I'm really sorry that you went through that. I really am.
You guys just inherited the problem, fellas. I feel bad it's come to rest, but
yeah,
it's pretty hectic.
It needs to be resolved.
Sir?
It needs to be resolved.
I thought it was pretty simple to resolve, but maybe not.
Well, when different people come in, and it makes it a little more complicated. I wished it would have been handled properly when it was done, but it wasn't. So that's the way it is.
I did my best.
Yeah. So then essentially these 9 houses, I'm just trying to get the financial resolution in my mind. All 9 of these are basically getting a waiver of tap fees.
Right.
Not.
But
okay.
the tap.
But 3 of them are using the sewer line now, and 1's on hold.
No, 4 are using the.
4 are using.
Yes, 4 are using.
Okay.
Y'all are getting 4 fees, and Manny's the one that told me, because Don told me, until it gets resolved, you don't have to pay any sewer fee.
Okay.
And so I'm told, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. And it seemed to me to be such a simple fix. We had an agreement. I'm going to put in the sewer line. I'm not going to try to recover $75,000 worth of living expenses for a year because we couldn't live in the houses we built. I mean, I was trying to cover it as good as I could and be as fair as I could.
Okay.
But I also got outvoted. They didn't want to litigate people to go to church with. So that's the bottom line.
Okay.
A bunch of those people on the board at the time they went to church with.
I was just trying to quantify what the village was waiving, potentially waiving in terms of total tap fees.
The way I would see it is, since I foot the bill for the lines, y'all didn't spend anything on that. But it was the U-turning it and cutting the drive. There was a whole lot to it.
And that's how you came up with the 75,000 was the 2,000 a month plus incidental taxes.
Yeah, for that. But plus, on top of that, I put the system in, and Chet told the city manager and the mayor the other day that probably was north of $30,000 that I spent putting it in.
In addition to the lost,
yes, and in addition to
holding
that,
cost of those three houses is what you're saying. So you held the note for the holding cost of those houses because you couldn't.
I paid for them out of my pocket. Okay. I didn't want. Well, I should back that up. I paid for most of them out of my pockets. The homeowners helped me because it got to be pretty tricky.
Okay. The lines you built would have been in the normal cost of construction. It was just.
No, it wouldn't.
Would the city have paid for the lines?
Yes,
for your
the
sewer?
city runs the line down the street. That was the whole deal.
Okay.
And I've shown the city manager and the mayor, the line was drawn and it was dug, and I've even got pictures with me.
Do you have any idea? I try to dot the i's and cross the t's. Do you have any idea why they changed the line from?
Yes.
Would you please enlighten
All right.
me?
I'll certainly be glad to tell you. Back, like I say, they were trying to, one of the things that the city, Don Ferguson and them were trying to do is they were trying to save volume. So they decided if the line went down Main Street, the neighbors could hook on. You've got 2 houses been built in the last 3 years up there that are on septic. Why? The sewer line's right there, or what was right there on the condos lot. The line, the pictures of the deal, the line was dug, the hole was dug and the line was stopped right at Santa Maria.
Okay.
So everybody could have hooked on, but they wanted to save volume and they didn't care that the taxpayers were paying for it. And when they approved the line, part of their sales pitch was it's going down Main Street to service up to Holland Highway. And so if the neighbors want to hook on, their sewers go bad, you can hook on. That's the key. And so every bit of sewage that they could keep me from pumping into it could go to the sanctuary. In other words, I'm subsidizing the sanctuary.
And the other option was, I'm sorry to go through this, but I think it's important for people to
I think you ought to have it out in the air for what really went on.
And I
appreciate you.
I appreciate the fact that you didn't try to litigate it years ago and tried to work through it. I do.
Well, I don't like that. I heard Alan Sandor say one day he doesn't like litigation. I think we're all grown men. We ought to be able to come to some decent resolution.
So I'm almost through.
Keep going.
I think this is helpful not only for some of us up here, but it's helpful for the community to know.
Right.
Particularly if we are in the realm of waiving some impact fees, which we were more than generous of, in my opinion, in the past, which didn't help us financially here. So did the village, in your opinion, save money by changing that? Was that part of it to
No.
go down the ravine between your property?
The village, Don
Mr. Sutton?
Ferguson was helping the sanctuary,
Mhm.
and in their mind was, Don Ferguson was real bad about if you were his friend, he put you on the fast track. If you called him out for anything, and there's documentation from my attorney talking to him, because I tried talking before I had him start sending letters. I really did.
Yeah, no,
And
I
I'll
saw
use
that.
as an example.
I saw it.
I had that one house built sitting right there. My stepdaughter's living with us for a while because there's nothing else to do. And I'm thinking they're just gonna, it wouldn't have taken 3 weeks. I called the guys that put the sewer in and got an estimate, and it was gonna cost $75,000 to run it from Royal Street up to Santa Maria in the roadway. 75,000. Don did not want the volume on our system.
Okay.
But,
get it.
you know,
There
but
wasn't a huge cost savings or anything by taking that more circuitous route
I
down the
think at the
channel.
end of the day, taking into account what's happened with, you know, some other things that will be discussed tonight, I think they cost the city lots of money. Lot of money.
Okay. Thank you for answering my
Yeah.
question.
In fact, let me throw out one other thing. If y'all want documentation of stuff that Manny did, we got it.
I know.
That's not a threat,
appreciate
that's just a promise.
All right, Alderman Sandor, any questions?
Yes, so
Yes,
I'm counting 9 lots, which you mentioned already.
Yes,
in
sir.
total. That was your whole development.
that was it.
And you're making an argument that you put in the sewer infrastructure on that. That's a private road, is it not?
Yes, sir.
It is a private road. And so I think if the number for impact fees today was the same then those impact fees for 9 lots would be north of $46,000. And then you're saying that your utility contractor said that the infrastructure that you added, that main, is at least $30,000.
Yes, sir, just that alone.
Okay, and then you have 4 properties that are on the sewer line today,
Yes, sir,
and they are paying their fees.
have been.
And what is it specifically that you're looking to have waived beyond what we know right there?
All right. The agreement was, once again, not to do any litigation, them approve, and us have taps for all those lots, because Chet did all the work. He and Jeff at Salado Plumbing, and they're already stubbed out with 4-inch for the house connection. They're already stubbed out, and that's what we were told to do. Stub them out, and when it's over with, we'll accept it as built, and we will waive the impact fees.
Including on the lots that are not
Yes, sir.
developed today?
Yes. That letter I sent that I showed you from a lawyer, I just gave it, and I just was showing communication, I thought, to the mayor and the city manager. But what that communication was is I fronted the money for all those lots to have sewer before any of this started when I was building the houses.
That's conducive
I was
to
gonna
doing a
prepay
development.
for every lot, so every lot will have sewer on it with a prepaid tap.
Right, but to develop an undeveloped parcel of land, oftentimes you have to introduce infrastructure. In this case, it's sewer. I presume there was water available somewhere, so when you're developing land, it's known that you've got it. And I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to put together all the stuff that we've been reading and that you've been telling us. So, on the 3 homes that were built that are on the sewer line right now,
Yes.
so one of them is a mobile home that was existing on that property before all of this?
Yes, sir. There's
so
4 of them that have sewer.
Sure. But the mobile home didn't require a certificate of occupancy because effectively you didn't build it, it was just there.
It
Was
was
there
just
ever?
there. That's right.
And then the other 3 that you did build, did those get a certificate of occupancy?
Yes, they did.
Just a normal certificate of occupancy?
After a while, I had a C of O for storage only from us the house at 500 Baines
And, yeah, and you mentioned that a minute ago, and why was that?
because we had no place to put her furniture. I've never heard of that. Don Ferguson just
Was it a
made up.
TCO, a temporary certificate of occupancy?
No, it says C of O for storage only. I've given the city manager and the mayor a copy of that.
Okay.
He issued that. I've never heard of it.
Is someone, Mr. Benson, is someone reaching out to him trying to get impact fees for business that wasn't
No,
included properly a long time ago?
no.
All
So
I'm
your concern
I'm
is
just
that
trying to
you have
get the-
additional lots that you plan on building on later, and in your opinion, or because of some facts given to you by former administrators, you should not have to pay whatever those impact fees are when a time comes
when the
that you
time
decide
comes.
to develop
Yes,
those.
sir, that's it.
4 lots, 5 lots?
Basic, 4 lots in my son's house.
If he were to,
If he ever hooked on.
okay.
I doubt he will.
And did someone tell you that if you put that sewer line in, that they would waive those
Don Ferguson did.
in writing? Or
No,
was
sir.
It was just a conversation?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that is the problem. It's just like a lot of things that happen in this town, and y'all are discovering now, people just, they would make an agreement with the city manager, that's what they would do. But the reason I started having my son track it, I don't have email or any of that, so I had to have my son do that for me. I started realizing he's telling us stuff and he's not approving it, so now what am I gonna do?
So, if you go back to the property where Mr. Ferguson gave you a special certificate of occupancy for storage only,
Yes, sir.
what was the reasoning in that moment why he gave you a special certificate of occupancy?
I didn't have any
gather that.
place to put her furniture.
So you were looking for a place to put furniture into a property that was not yet totally complete?
It was done.
It was
except
totally
for
done.
It was done except for hooking the sewer up.
Oh.
We ran the sewer to the street and Chet and them had to U-turn it and run it back. We had sewer stubbed out to the street for 2 houses, 500 Baines and 520 Baines.
Okay.
And the houses built. I mean, we slowed up on them. We didn't get to see those for a while on a couple of them because when it all of a sudden became they didn't run the sewer line down the road, then I was in a fickle. I mean, think about it. You can only imagine if the city said, here, we're going to run the sewer to you, go ahead and build your house, and you build this house, and then all of a sudden they say, we made a mistake. We're not going to send you sewer down to your house.
So you saw an infrastructure plan that showed that the city was going to put in
Yes, sir.
the line that you wound up putting in
The
because
mayor's-
it later was changed?
Yes.
Okay.
The mayor has seen it, so has city manager, so has Chet.
Have you seen that, Mr.
I've got
Benson?
it.
Mr. Boynton shared it with us when we met with him a couple weeks ago.
So on the property that you got the certificate of occupancy for storage use only,
Right.
what was the 1-year delay? It was because someone would not
No.
allow you to tie on to the
sewer
main
wasn't
line
there.
that you
No,
added?
They, instead of running the sewer down the street like it was supposed to be,
Uh-huh.
they ran it back through Chet's place.
Oh, which is when you had to jump in and put the sewer line in.
That's when I U-turned it because Don thought he was going to keep me from hooking to the sewer with those houses. He didn't realize I owned all the property between the road up on Bain Street and Chet's property.
Okay, and Mr. Benson, you've seen the construction drawings that Mr. Boynton's talking about where the city at one point in time had infrastructure coming down the subject road and then later changed it to a different program?
I have not seen construction plans. I just saw a layout showing the alignment of the sewer line that he's describing, but not the actual construction plans.
I mean,
So you saw a plan that suggested that the city had intention to put a sewer main down this subject private
showed
drive,
it coming out of
and then
water.
they changed that later?
It showed a line coming out, a sewer line coming out of Water's Edge for the 2 buildings that actually haven't been built yet,
Okay.
up to Baines, coming down Baines to this, and then down, and then that line got moved around to where its current location is.
Let me kind of clarify something for you. Most of those lots will gravity feed because the line is so deep there.
Okay.
They were going to use, Chet was going to put in grinder pumps on the two bottom lines at the very bottom of the hill. Because that part's going to be uphill. But basically, all this change occurred after I started building and had permits and had all the documentation of the world that the sewer line's coming down Main Street.
So your argument is that you would like your impact fees to be waived because you had to put in a sewer main line that was supposed to have been installed per an original engineered plan by the Village of Salado, and that was later changed by staff or someone?
Well, it was already, the plat that we have shows that it was coming down there. They had already dug the lines almost all the way to Main Street through the condos.
Yeah, but what's the name of your road?
Well, there's Bain Street and Baines Cove. Baines Cove would be west off of Bain Street. It's a private road.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, I'm looking for, I understand what I think I understand what you're trying to do, and I think what Alderman Dunch was trying to arrive at, and later Alderman Lassiter, is how to math all this out, one, and two, how to not open up a can of worms where everybody can come in here and start telling us stories about hearsay and conversations from former. I'm not saying that's what you're doing.
Right.
It's just that could happen very easily here because that happens easily here. So I think if we're going to be able to help him, you know, we have to make sure our ducks are in a row. And I'm almost there, but I have some missing pieces that I just can't seem to.
So what is, explain to me what I need to.
You had multiple homes that you built that you weren't able to give occupancy to, that were completely done, and you had opportunity costs there? Is that?
Listen, we had two of them half done and stopped when we did not have sewer. One of them was done. But what happened is the houses that would have been done, as he knows, when they're in the drywall stage, you're 60 days out from having somebody living in them.
Correct. There's an opportunity cost. You could have had that.
But instead of that, it was almost a complete year again. So but on top of all of that is, this has been this has been a pretty big nightmare. You could only imagine. I mean, they sold their houses and came to Salado, and us, normally we would be able to have provided those houses ready to go when they got here. As it was, we had to rent storage buildings and rent houses and store this and pay electricity on a rent house and electricity on the house we got.
And in a sentence or two, why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because he denied us to hook to the sewer.
He, the city manager?
City manager, yes.
At that time, Mr.
Yes,
Ferguson?
Don Ferguson.
Based on what?
He was because that's why I'm trying to explain. He wanted to run it through Chet's place so nobody else in the public could hook through it. You think of it, where they ran that line through Chet's place behind us, we're the only people that can reach it. Nobody else can use that line. Maybe someday down the road they could, but Don Ferguson was a very vindictive guy.
At the point in time when you finished the home that I think you probably had pre-sold for somebody, you needed a place to move her items into. You could not get a C of O from the Village of Salado, right?
To live in it, but he gave me a C of O to store her furniture.
And why would he give you, in your mind, why would he give you a special C of O and not a regular one?
Because he was, once again.
I know you don't like him.
I know.
Aside from
I'm,
that.
I'm trying to think of a nice way to respond.
Okay.
He wants to inflict pain and torment people, which he does. But then on top of that, my attorney had already called him on the phone, and there's lots of times where he would call Don Ferguson, and he'll say, I'll have it worked out in 2 weeks. I'll have it worked out in 2 weeks. And so I told him, I said, there's no reason I shouldn't at least store this furniture in here. The house is done. All we lack is the sewer hooked up.
And you weren't allowed to hook up to the sewer, why?
Because they didn't run it down Bain Street.
Oh, so
We had
the
to-
1 year delay was the time when you realized they were not going to perform
Right.
on the engineered construction drawings, infrastructure design
Right.
that originally showed that you would get the line that you later
And
had
I
to
was
put in
told
yourself.
that,
Hold
yes.
on. That you were
Right.
going to get that line that you later then had to put in yourself
Right.
because they changed their design after the fact.
Yes, sir.
So that was the hardship that you are arguing
Well,
right now.
and if you'll look at the city's plans still show it going down Baines. I don't think they ever went back and changed it.
Bain Street or Bain
Bain
Cove?
Street. Baines Cove runs into Bain Street. The reason I don't know why it's called Baines Cove, because these two houses that were first occupied are on Bain Street, but we ran it up Baines Cove. We had to U-turn the sewer and go run it down Bain Street.
How many lots, and I think I've already asked this, but is it 4 or 5 lots you have left unbuilt?
Unbuilt, 4.
You have 4 lots that you could build single-family
Yes, sir.
homes on,
Already,
and you'd like to, at some point, do that and not be responsible for paying whatever our impact for those 4 lots.
absolutely, because I'm the one that's taking the super hit here.
Does the city staff have a recommendation for the board? It's okay if you don't. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just curious.
So I guess my recommendation, and this is where Mr. Boynton and I disagree, I think, is the impact fee is for capacity, future, using up capacity of our wastewater treatment plant and the system itself. Based on that, I think the 4 lots that have not been built on should, at the time permits are pulled, which is when we collect that impact fee, should be paid at that time, because it's using part of the capacity of the treatment plant. That's what we require of anybody else obtaining a permit. Understanding the background on all this, I don't know at the time, because to your point, those lots have not been built on as of today. The other homes, when they were built, I recognize at that time, with the city's wastewater system being put, the city was waiving those impact fees on existing homes and other aspects of that, and I wasn't obviously here at that time, so I can't speak to that. So I feel that because the village has waived impact fees in the past, and we should not be doing that, because that's costing the whole system. Everybody in the community, that cost gets passed on because the wastewater treatment plant is going to have to be expanded at some point in the future. That capacity is getting eaten up.
Yeah.
So that gets passed on to if it doesn't collect by the new home, it gets passed on incrementally to everybody else that's on the system. So that's my basis for saying that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's kind of where I'm leaning to, even though I hate that he's had to go through all of this. I'm just trying to, right, the job for us isn't supposed to be about what's right for us or my opinion or your opinion. It's got to be always whatever is the best decision for Salado. So,
my only response to that is this. We held up on suing the city over all this loss. I don't understand how in the world that you can have a city manager that's supposed to be doing the right thing, and he did not, and it costs us so much money and heartache. How is 4 taps the big deal? I mean, he cost me a lot more than that, and we agreed not to sue back then because of all of this.
So in that moment, when you agreed not to go to court over this,
Right. The verbal agreement.
Respectfully,
Go ahead.
why didn't you and/or your legal counsel then at that same time say, but we want you to waive future development impact fees for these 4 lots? Fair question. I'm just curious.
The quick answer to that is, and it's the same thing with Manny. Manny and Bert told me the mayor, and I gave them some documentation where the mayors in the past have made decisions of, we're gonna do this, we're gonna waive this code, we're gonna waive this, and I've provided that documentation where it's happened in the past. But the whole thing about us trying to get them to waive fees, that was just offsetting some of my losses. That's it. And so I thought it was more than a fair deal for the city, being I didn't come back after them for intentionally running the sewer away from where we voted as citizens to run the sewer down. None of this would have happened if they'd have run the sewer down there like they were going to do. And you can ask Jed, it was held up. That line over there was open 27 foot deep, 6 or 8 months. Right there, right up 12 feet off of Santa Maria. They were holding them up. The reason Don was trying to do that is he's trying to force it through at somebody else's expense to keep it away from the citizens that voted to pay for it.
Can you provide city staff or this board anything in writing from any former village administrator or legal counsel that was representing the Village of Salado that said that in lieu of you suing the village, they were going to give you a waiver on 4 impact fees for the 4 lots that you have not yet built on?
You're right. I can't supply you that.
You
I cannot. I have showed them documentations where my attorney contacted them and said, hey,
I saw that.
Okay, 2 weeks, we're going to be done. 2 weeks, we're going to be done. And so that, and then when Bert and Manny came along, Bert said, let Manny handle it. They got to accept the sewer line through Chet first. And as soon as they accept that, they're accepting yours as built.
Okay. Do you have plans currently to start construction on one or any of the 4 lots that you have left
No,
right
sir.
now today?
I do not.
That's just at some point you'll want to do that.
That's right.
Okay. Well then, I mean, there's going to have to be, because it's taking so long to get through, it seems like there's going to have to be I would like to see Mr. Boynton come in with or without legal counsel and sit down with whatever is legal amongst us. I would be happy to volunteer my time to be present for that, to try to conclude this discussion maybe outside of this meeting, because I think we could go, I'm not in total disagreement with where you're coming from. I'm just trying to figure out how to be responsible. If the board were to say, you know what, fine, we'll waive those 4. Right now in this moment, I would agree with our city manager that would be a little bit irresponsible, but there might be more to this that we can figure out and then come back and talk about in front of everyone once we get to that place. I don't think I could make that decision tonight on those 4 lots. That's the ask, right? To waive the impact fees on the 4 lots so when you develop them in the future.
And accept it for the city to maintain.
I think that could, does that have to be in the same bucket? Can those be 2 different
I think they could
categories?
be split apart. Table one part and
I think
act on the other
accepting
part.
something that they've already proven has been installed and that our retained civil engineers have passed inspections for and you've seen this also, right?
Yes.
So that, I think, is one decision that could be made responsibly. I don't know how to make the other decision responsibly tonight, so I respectfully, you won't get a vote from me tonight.
Okay, let me just point one thing out here, is you're right. I don't have anything in writing, but Chet was getting the direction, and I was getting direction on all of this from Don Ferguson. So was Jeff at Salado Plumbing. All of this was being ramrodded by Don Ferguson and inspected by our city engineers, that it is right. And it's one of the things that's thrown out there. They waived the manholes. The sewer line's 2.5 feet below the ground or less. The manholes are immaterial, but it's just not a problem. But the biggest problem is spending all this money and being told by multiple city managers and mayors that we're going to handle it, and then here we are still.
I appreciate and understand that. I would just like an opportunity to sit in a meeting with you and whoever, including Mr. Sutton if he's available, and anybody else that is relevant to this argument, to try to find a way to conclude this responsibly. Because at the end of the day, it's not, it would be 20 grand to you, or, you know, $5,150 per address, so just north of 20 grand if you were to do all 4 of them at some point in time or all at the same time. But it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money that we would be making that decision with. And that's the issue. It's not because I disagree with you.
It's kind of, I look at what went on though, just, I don't want to digress very far, but it's just like this missing money that they spent. That was bad management by our former city manager. And it's costing all of us money. And none of us would have done that on a personal level, none of us. But it's still, those guys have paid a pretty good price for all the stuff that's gone on. So it's pretty obvious that they have done some pretty devious and underhanded things before you guys got in power.
Mr. Boynton, just for one clarification.
Yes, sir.
You were, I want to make sure I heard that correctly. Are the 4 homes or residents that are they currently paying their sewer fees?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I thought I was interpreting that was.
I mean,
something.
I offered that to begin with, and Don Ferguson said, when we approve it, he said, you can just run sewer right now for nothing, trying to make up money to keep the lid on it instead of, it's just like this missing money. He kept the lid on it for a long time.
So how long were you not paying sewer fees then, based on Don Ferguson?
2 months.
2 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was not, none of this was my idea. My idea was to pay the tap fees that I sent a check for and stub out to the road and be done. Not to go.
Which you did, and then basically it got diverted.
Sir?
You already built the lines to head basically
to where the
east,
street is.
And they decided to go west with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
Okay.
All right. So I think at this point, listening to all this, and I agree with Alderman Sandor and Alderman Benson, Administrator Benson. There's clearly no dispute, I think, right now on the original 4 properties that you got hooked in and you were using. Sounds like to me we should just be maybe having a further discussion, Mr. Boynton, regarding the 4 properties that are undeveloped at this point, and just have a further discussion on it. I think we can act on the other issues tonight, but I'll look to make sure there's an agreement on that.
Is that correct, Mr. Benson? Can we separate those 2 items?
Yes, because on the agenda it says discussion regarding acceptance of wastewater main on Baines Cove, so you can act on that acceptance, table the other part. They're as has been discussed, they're somewhat interrelated, but you can, the way the agenda reads, you can act on the acceptance and then table the other part, and we can bring that back.
Okay. So I would suggest that we do that, the stuff that's not in dispute. And then Mr. Benson and I have obviously sat down with you, Mr. Boynton,
right.
And we've seen your documentation, the things that you have provided. I do think it would be valuable on the other properties that have not been developed yet, that some of the other aldermen have an opportunity to sit down and talk with you to go through that, and then we can handle that at a future meeting. Would be the way I would propose that we do that.
And I would agree with that, because you don't currently have a plan. You're not, we're not holding you up from starting the development of any of those 4 lots because you're not prepared to start on any of them right now in this moment.
Not right this minute.
I know you're going to. We
right.
understand that.
But I mean, Chet pointed out something the other day. The statute of limitations is running out, so we got to do something. We're gonna have to, I don't want to, but at this point, I still think, since we made an agreement, and although I do not have it in writing, you're absolutely right, I don't have it in writing. But I've been told by multiple mayors and multiple city managers they would take care of it, and here we are. So that's, I'm not directing this at anybody here.
I know. I just want you to understand, and I think that you do, that everyone sitting in front of you right now wants to help you, but we have to have, I think, and I'm far from an attorney. I'm not an attorney, obviously, but I think we have to have some kind of just cause to make that decision. We have to understand how we could be responsible to waive the 4 impact fees on the future development of the 4 lots that you have not yet developed. And that would be the discussion that I would hope that you would come in and try to visit with us in a little more depth. Maybe we could go through this together and try to see if there's an angle that's reasonable here. I think it would just be irresponsible for us to say, yeah, no problem, based on conversations you had with other leadership long before we got here.
Yeah.
And you're right. To your point, we inherited this.
Right.
I don't think we put you here. We're just trying to help you find a way
but it's
through
like,
it.
like Chet came in with us other
They're
day.
also the same people that wouldn't approve what you're actually here to talk about, which is on the agenda, which is the acceptance of the wastewater on Baines Cove. Isn't that true?
Both things, yes.
Yeah, so they never did that, and so we're prepared to work on that because
that's what I thought the whole thing was about, because that's what I discussed with the mayor and city manager, and Mr. Lassiter was there with us, and he's heard it from myself and even Chet. I mean, Chet was pretty direct of Don Ferguson would get on the phone and tell him what to do and what not to do.
Sure. And so honestly, Mayor and Mr. Benson, because of how this reads, we may actually be a little bit out of order already for spending time talking about these 4 lots and the impact fees, because I don't see that language in front of me right now on this agenda, with all due respect to everybody. Is that accurate?
That's probably fair. That's probably fair.
So we really don't have a choice. We should have, I don't think we could talk about that when we get to it anyway.
I think
we talk about it in workshop, but.
Yeah. I think, we can talk about it here, but you can't talk about it at the board meeting. I think the issue for you is the properties that are undeveloped at this point, and obviously approving the wastewater hookups that you have now. I mean, in some ways, this is, I look at the journey on this, and it's kind of sad that it's taken this process the way it has.
Pretty disgusting.
To get here to act on it. I can guarantee we won't be doing it that way going forward. But so I think we understand the issues. I have seen some of the documentation along with Administrator Benson. So I think, and I understand your issue regarding the statute of limitations, but I think we can probably get a meeting with some of the other aldermen here to go through that and maybe tee it up for the next board meeting. We'll have to see, but I would like to get that resolved as well if we can. Alderman Sanders? Yes, sir. Mr. Benson, wouldn't the consideration and possible actions for waiving Mr. Boynton's impact fees on 4 said lots we've been discussing, wouldn't that need to be on the agenda at some point?
We'll bring it back that way, yeah. The reason it was worded this way was this was all rolled into the acceptance of but as this discussion is kind of divided into 2 separate issues, and I think for that reason you do need, to your point, I think you need to table it. And clearly you want more information anyway and need that information. So at such point, we have the meeting, we'll bring it back, and there will be language related to the waiving or potential action on the request to waive the impact fee.
Yeah, but the board's still responsible at some point this evening for item D.
Correct.
David Delta.
Yeah, the acceptance of the main itself.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Boynton.
Yeah. So, Mr. Boynton, just as you go, we will still look at item D, discussion of the wastewater main on Baines Cove, but we will proceed to have further discussions on those 4 properties that you want to have hooked into the sewer system and want to waive fees.
They're already stubbed out.
I get that.
Okay.
But we'll put that on another agenda so that we can talk about that appropriately and only deal with we only can deal with the Baines Cove issue tonight. Is that okay?
But I don't have much choice. So.
Yeah, well, one quick question.
Yes,
So
sir.
on the idea that those 4 lots have a stub out on them already,
Right.
do you have for that anything in writing where someone approved that scope of work?
My installer's sitting right there.
He'd have to come up to the podium if we're gonna.
Chet, you want to come up for a second?
That may be the answer to help us
Okay.
with this, if we could figure that part out.
Okay, what was your question?
Yeah, so my question is that Mr. Boynton is claiming that there's 4 stub outs on the 4 lots that he has not yet built on. And my question is, was there, I think at some point when if I'm understanding the story right, the village had a plan to put in infrastructure. That plan changed as it pertains to this subject property. Is that mostly accurate?
Yes.
And if that's right, then you, as a developer, Mr. Boynton, had to hire a utility contractor to put in a sewer main extension, is what I think that probably is. And to do that, you would have had to have gotten a permit from someone, I would presume. Is that right?
I believe Don just waived the permits and.
Was there an application made, or that was all done on a handshake, or how?
I believe so. You'll have.
I signed some paperwork for whenever he was doing this, but.
I mean, but would we be able to find that, Gina, if we, or do you already know the answer to?
We
Do
may
you
have
understand where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do, and Mr. Boynton has provided emails that there are some trail, and I need to go back through them and look, that he did grant approval or state approval via email to go ahead on sewer. I don't know if it's the exact same thing we're referring to, the service lines versus the sewer main itself.
So we don't hold up everybody else any longer on the meeting, Mayor. I would ask, gentlemen, if you could bring us, when we meet together, bring us anything relevant to those stub outs and to the infrastructure, the sewer main line addition.
I believe
Somebody would have had to have understood what it was you were going to do. I've never heard of a sewer main extension happening without some kind of supervision from
right.
an
Don was
authority.
a little frazzled through that whole process, and he just got with me and Jeff Kelly, Slidell Plumbing, and said, we got to get this in. Jim has the lots, it's already platted, and he's like, I need, I got these houses and I have these lots, so give me a stub out here, give me a stub out here. And Don said, just get it done, put it in, here's your contact with MRB, call Justin McBride for your inspections, and only deal with him. He'll inspect it daily, hourly, whatever you need, as you need to do it, cutting roads for road crossings. He's like, just contact him. And
So it's possible in that moment that the village administrator at the time, Mr. Ferguson, gave you a verbal directive to put that stuff in, and there might not have been a submission of paperwork explaining how we were going to improve and add to the village's
They sent emails.
engine. Okay.
He was emailing engineers.
Okay, so again, so if y'all can just bring all that stuff, I think that'll help that part of the discussion so that we can, what we need to do is try to get to a place tonight where we can consider taking action on the agenda item, or else we could get in trouble for hanging up on something that's not really written on here. I want to hear about it though, to be clear. I want to hear all of it. I want to read whatever you got. It sounds like it, sir. I apologize for that, as long as you understand that I'm not responsible for it. I am today, but I didn't put you here.
I understand
Yeah.
when you guys were here, when it happened, we were doing what we could just to.
If we can help you, I promise you we will. Yeah.
All right, thank you, guys. Okay, we will now move on to item E, discussion regarding wastewater agreement with Elwood Chet Sutton. So let's start back with Village Administrator Benson.
Mr. Sutton, in October of 2022, agreed to convey an easement to Reef Sanctuary across properties he owns so that they could construct a sewer main which now serves Water's Edge and the Sanctuary Apartments. The village was, to clarify, the village was not a part of that agreement. That was a private agreement between those, Mr. Sutton and Reef/Sanctuary. In December of 2023, that agreement was modified wherein Reef agreed to build 3 6-inch sewer taps on Mr. Sutton's property or parcels. The village was not a party to that amendment of the easement agreement either. After that time, Mr. Sutton stated that the former village administrator, Don Ferguson, either knew of or approved of Sutton receiving the taps in exchange for granting the sewer line easement to Reed/Sanctuary. The village has found emails that show the village found emails which does not constitute an agreement by the village to serve these taps, but does indicate that Mr. Ferguson was aware that Reef was proposing to construct the sewer taps on Mr. Sutton's property that would connect the city's wastewater system or provide service to Mr. Sutton's property. In May, in May of 2025, the Village of Salado accepted the sewer lines and easements from Reef/Sanctuary as part of that development in that area. This evening, Mr. Sutton is requesting the village enter into an agreement with him that, one, acknowledges that the 3 6-inch sewer taps exist. Following in relation to that, MRB has gone out at the city's or the village's request and verified that those taps do in fact exist. They have been visually verified. The village, he's also requesting that the village grant him a combined capacity of up to 10,000 gallons per day from the 3 taps combined. That's total cumulative of the 3 taps of capacity at the wastewater treatment plant. And third, that the village waive the impact fees when each of these properties are developed, resulting in connection to each of these taps. There is an agreement. That agreement, as of this morning, was still being refined. And so I know you have not seen that agreement or had a chance to review that agreement prior at this meeting. I apologize that we did not we placed this on the agenda with the anticipation we would have that agreement refined much prior to today, or earlier this week, actually. We being myself and our city attorney, as recently as yesterday, met with Mr. Sutton and his attorney to go through that agreement. We've reached a verbal agreement on that. We actually on the agreement itself. Yesterday, that agreement was sent. There was some minor, what I would constitute minor revisions to it, which were sent to Mr. Sutton this morning and his attorney, so that that's in place. In context to the 3 requests from Mr. Sutton, to the existence of the 3 6-inch taps, staff recommends that we acknowledge, as he's requesting, acknowledge the existence of those taps. They are there. We've seen those. The 10,000 gallon request or reservation of 10,000 gallons per day combined from capacity, MRB, we've forwarded that request to MRB. They are taking that into account as part of our wastewater capacity analysis. They have not given us official response to that. They have verbally said at 10,000 gallons per day, that is not a large amount that they perceive being a problem to provide that amount. That would cause us problems at our wastewater treatment plant in the future. But again, we have not received that in official writing. In context to the waiving of the impact fee, staff is recommending not to waive those fees, and it goes back to the same reason we just talked on the previous application, that if, one, we don't know how many land use equivalents of what will happen on these 3 properties. 2 of the 3 properties, they're showing on the computer screen. The 2 end ones have a single-family home on each of those properties. That's probably not going to, the long term, that will probably change into some other future development, which Mr. Sutton does not know what that will be. So therefore, we have no idea, no way to calculate the land use equivalents and to determine what the impact fee amount would be waiving. And to the point of the previous discussion, that's a hard, we don't know what we're doing. Or know what we would be waiving, rather. In context to that, again, if those impact fees are waived, that cost is the city or the village still has to come up with that cost at a future point for future expansion, system expansion, and that cost in effect would be deferred to the rest of the community residents. So that's the basis for our recommended denial on or not waiving that impact fee at this time. And again, in our conversation with Mr. Sutton, at the time the property is developed, if they're looking for other incentives, economic development incentives or development incentives in general, we have other tools that we can discuss, but until we know what the development is, we can't. It's premature to have that conversation at this time. So,
Okay.
as you heard,
Anything else, or do you
Mr. Sutton is here, and he may want to have an opportunity to speak as well.
Mr. Sutton, you want to come up to the podium?
So there's probably a lot of questions y'all have to ask. So I'll try to keep my portion short and sweet. So I made the agreement with Reef, Sanctuary, Hank's Cabinets, the conglomerate. They're all combined in there, some way, some shape or form. They wanted an easement through my property. We give it to them, and I said, I don't like building apartments in Salado, but I can't stop them. I might as well make my property commercial. So I got the sewer taps. That's what I wanted. They put those in for me, and it's been 4 years now. And have a letter from the city attorney, past city attorney. Can't use them, don't hook to them, don't have any right to them. That's why we're here. What Mr. Benson said there was the impact fees. My argument with that is, when this was installed by the conglomerate, this was a private line, and they put it in privately. And when they agreed with the easement with me, they were writing it up so they could dedicate this line to Salado when it was finally completed and the C of O was granted on this through their property, their easements, and now my property and my easement with them. So they put that in. Nobody really has any drawings or records of where those taps are, where the lines are, easements from my property onto Sanctuary to the easement of the public right-of-way that y'all accepted. There's no way to get to those. So there's lots of issues we have here. The impact fees, I believe, when this was installed as a private line and they put it in, put my taps in at the same time, and it was accepted, I don't follow under their permitting, their inspections, their impact fees, and their everything. I don't understand that. I believe there was some discussion back in past Board of Aldermen meetings that I found. There was a recommendation to waive $6 million of impact fees for the sanctuary. My impact fees aren't part of that. It was part of their line. It was part of their engineering, supposedly, part of their inspection. Why am I not part of the waiver? They put it all in, and they had to make the agreement for me. If they didn't consider the LUEs for my property, which I did discuss with Don and Reef, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do. He's exactly right. I said, maybe I build a restaurant. Maybe I build a beer joint. Maybe I build apartments just like they did. So when I come up with these numbers for the gallons per day, I got the water figures from the apartments. I found out how many apartments they had leased. I averaged all that out, and then I did the land usage for what they have to my land and come up with a number that was agreeable. In the actual contract that they wrote, they just give me 6-inch commercial sewer taps. It doesn't say 1 gallon.
Who's they in that contract?
So in that contract, there'll be Reef, Hank, Sanctuary.
Not the village.
The village was only talking to me. Don Ferguson had me in his office, had me come together, meet in his office right here, meet with him. We would write the contract, Reef would. I would sign it, and the next day, well, the village attorney wants to change some language in it on the acceptance of the easement. So I signed it multiple times. So, but no, the Salado City Village did not sign anywhere on it, but they were very well aware and part of it all the way through.
And so your argument is that the sanctuary put in a private line, got an easement from your private property to do so at whatever capacity and design they were aiming for. You accepted and agreed with the developing party to give them that easement for said private line. And then today your ask is what of us?
For the impact fee
To be waived
to be waived
on all three of those
on
connections?
those 3 taps, because it's a private line at that point when they put it in.
Okay, so I understand where you're coming from on that. So I guess I'm just speaking out of turn here. So if the line's private,
Was private.
it was private.
Y'all have accepted in 25.
I see. Oh, yes, sir.
Manny and Bert pushed that through because in 25, I was going, we agreed in 22. I come and ask Manny. Manny says, you have no right to those taps. You can't use them. You have no right to them. Don't even talk about it. Still a private line at that point. I call my attorney. He says, well, if it's a private line, cap it off at your property. I tell Manny that. I said, this is what I'm told to do. He said, they're going to sue you. And I said, the conglomerate or the village? He said, it's private. It will be the conglomerate. I said, okay, then I intend to do that. But I said, I know you have people in those apartments. I will let you know when that will occur. Within a couple weeks, they pushed that through and accepted it. And Gina sent me an email that said, please don't touch our line. You know, this has been accepted from 2268 to Royal, and that is now a public city line.
Any other questions from anybody here?
I need a minute. Yeah, not
Okay,
for me.
take a minute. Maybe I might want to ask Gina a question. Gina, do you want to respond to Chet's comment about just the process of those lines being accepted at that point in time?
He is correct. We actually had the plat for the sanctuary on hold for about 6 months while leadership worked through with the sanctuary on those easements. That I do recall. And I did send an email because we did accept those. So.
Okay. All right. So you're verifying that you did accept those for the village.
Well, I did not, but the village accepted
did.
those, yes, and I informed him, so that way he was aware.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Alderman Lasser, you have any questions?
So the village has accepted the lines through that process, unlike Mr. Boynton's issue where we're having to do that hopefully tonight on that issue. I have spoken a few times with Mr. Sutton also on that, and I really dislike deferring to attorneys, but I think we need some help on this, at least another opinion on it. And what I want to get to really is the issue between the sanctuary, which was the developer, Reef, if I'm correct, was the general contractor.
I believe so.
Not an owner, just a general contractor.
Well,
or are they? I don't know.
I think it is so
Convoluted
like
I don't
that,
understand.
so nobody knows.
When he says the conglomerate, that's what I was trying to break it apart. But
so Chad was supervisor, whatever, of the project for Reef.
Okay.
When we actually, because they give me a sum of money for the easement along with the 3 taps. Chad actually wrote me a personal check, not Reef, not Sanctuary. It comes from Chad, so I have to believe he would be some sort of owner, not just a superintendent, because he wrote me the check personally. Why, if he was just working for him, why would he do that?
That's a good question. I don't know either.
So I think that ties him into it as some kind of percentage owner, or when he gets it built, he gets a percentage something. I don't know how that works.
Yeah. But correct me if I'm wrong, in the conversation we had earlier, not too recently, a while back, you had mentioned the fact that
I was asking about the LUE waiver, and you had, I asked you, who was that agreement with or who said that? And if I recall correctly, you said that was Reef, or was that?
That'll be Dawn.
That
So,
would have been.
this is
Okay.
2022, so this is when we're doing
Okay.
all the work on Main Street and everybody's timed everything. At that point, Dawn was just waiving the impact fees for everybody.
At what time was this, in 22?
22.
Okay.
So I was currently helping Salado Plumbing and all the plumbers do that. So I was interacting with Dawn regularly on that and these homeowners. Some homeowners told me, yeah, we had to pay an impact fee and they reimbursed us. So Dawn's just saying, I said, Dawn, I just want to make sure when this gets put in, all I gotta do is just hook onto it. He said, that's absolutely right. You're good to go. So that's just the way everybody thought it was. No, I don't have that in writing from Don. I could find Don and get a statement from him, and I think he would agree with that.
Do you think you can do that?
I will try.
Have you tried?
I asked today
Okay.
if anybody knew where Don Ferguson lives or had a contact. That's kind of where we were at today.
I think that'd be helpful. It'd be very interesting to
Yes.
see what he says. So that was done. I don't guess I was a little bit confused that Reef was part of that too in terms of that transfer from
No. So
them to the village.
our thought with that contract, when they give it to us and we read it, is it said 3 6-inch commercial sewer taps. It didn't say 1, 5, 500. So there's only one number you can apply to that, and that is the max capacity a 6-inch pipe will gravity flow, based on the elevations of the pipes and the lines that run into the main line. So that is an astronomical number. I actually had an engineer do that study based on the plans and tell me that, and that number is 397,000 gallons per tap per day. That's what it's capable of, yes. So when they just give us that 3 taps, 6-inch taps, well, there's only one number, that's the max capacity. Then it's more than I could, I never asked for that. So when I come with y'all with an agreement, that's how I come up with 10,000 gallons for all 3 taps, not 1.2 million.
Well, that's based off of the amount of land, developable land you have.
Yes.
And which was part of what you had said was your trade for allowing Reef/Sanctuary to come down the ravine.
Correct.
Is there any documentation between y'all and them, excluding the village, that spoke to that you're aware of? I mean, when that was going on, without...
Ask me that again.
If it wasn't clear, I was seeing, is there any correspondence between either Sanctuary or Reef and yourself? Throw in MRV too, I guess. But on the line coming down the creek, prior to it getting conveyed to the city in the 2025, that spoke to that.
No.
Even between your attorney and them when that was being drafted or the rest, that was
because they just left it
a handshake, a verbal agreement.
They left it so open with the 6-inch taps, and we had all the capacity we could ever use.
And so all you're asking for is enough volume for your land
to be comparable,
to be developed
to the sanctuary apartments based on that land usage size.
And how much land is that?
It's about roughly 6 acres.
It's about six developable acres for the 10,000
I'm not going to say
gallons
it's 100% developable, but same as the sanctuary apartments, theirs aren't either with all the ponds, and I just averaged across that. So they have unusable land that I averaged also.
So 6 units,
And I think when I come up with that, I think the average was, if I built 3-story apartments there, it was roughly 110 apartments as I could fit there based on.
On an average volume, 110 per
what they
day.
built,
That's
yes.
reasonable.
Yes.
Okay. I understand where you came from. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Lasser, I would say sanctuary representative is here if you wanted to provide any other insight or comment to this discussion.
Well, I have to take away from this situation that I was present for here. One thing I want to clarify on the commentary that was about multiple parties there, that this is going to be a non-standard way, but my understanding is that before we go vertical with the apartment, facilities would flat a lot and then just like transfer and build it out. Usually at that time, they did that opposite. So we bought land and then they were owners of parcels. You guys were paying them as your owners of parcels. So we thought that there were different places to there. And then we also have a design build contractor, acted as general civil contractor at that time, plus civil contractor. So it's also correct that owners on their land where they built their townhomes and apartments.
Okay.
We were, they were acting as contractor, we studied connection questions between the study and but now regional plan along that time, yes. I just want to make sure that was clear, because I think that is the honorable business man, I want to make sure unclear about his role. I don't know about that part, but that he is a partner with the my understanding of the role, shareholder. So that's one thing that has a professional role.
Okay.
I started on this project again in 2023. I've heard of this issue in the past. It was related to 6 months that Ian was referring to us getting outside approved into a meeting that December 6 days before Christmas. That's when all this stuff came up, and I learned about this between that and May, and I finally was able to tackle all this. If the village is effective, they will allow us to everything else that's kind of been working towards getting this project from
All right. Thank you, sir. Alderman Lasser, any more questions for Chet?
Not at this. No, not at this time. No.
Okay. Alderman Marufo, you have any questions?
None at this time.
Alderman Dunge?
Obviously, this is very convoluted, to say the least, but I'm still back to, you have an agreement with Sanctuary, and Village had nothing necessarily to do with that. Impact fees or impact fees, the whole sewer system was put in as a result of Sanctuary. So lots of other businesses and property are connected. That doesn't mean the contract that was made with Sanctuary applies to anybody else that was connecting in. Impact fees are there for a reason. You are taking capacity away. We need to expand. That's why impact fees are there. We can't just continue to waive impact fees across the board here. So I'm struggling with this. I clearly need to do a little more research with this kind of a workshop, so there might be some additional dialogue, but thank you for the input you provided tonight.
So I'd like to add one more thing. So just to make another dynamic of this, when they built the apartments, the Sanctuary, they put in the first portion of the line down to here. And I'm going to say Edinburgh, right where the pond is going across the road. At some point, Reef made the transition to take over there. And then that was Barrett Williams, took over, Bell Contractors did the rest. So Reef did some of the line over here, Sanctuary did some of the line over here. And I'm pretty sure, is that the one that's filed at the county clerk's office? That's the latest, greatest instrument. So, and like you can see, the sewer line's on there, the easements are on there, but none of my stuff's on there. How is that filed for a final C of O? It doesn't show my taps, it doesn't show the sewer lines running out. onto the sanctuary, doesn't show it coming back into the line. How's that filed? How was that ever approved for a C of O? It was incomplete. I don't know who's responsible for that, but obviously it wasn't me. I mean, this thing, it gets more and more convoluted as you go and ask questions. And I'll be happy to come back and answer any questions and any documentation I have over this stuff.
Yeah, that may be helpful as we try to resolve this issue going forward, and maybe some additional information that we can gather from you, Mr. Sutton, in order to resolve it.
I always say the problem is what you don't know, you don't know. Yeah. And if that's what's filed, nobody knows, even MRB. I met with Solomon. I'm like, show me where my taps and my lines are. And he looks. I don't know. I said, let me show you. The reason you don't know is because it's not on the plans.
It's a private agreement.
Was it submitted? Well, it should have a sewer easement. And it's all of that's on their property, not my property. Those easements and things. So then you just well off into it. Was it inspected? Was it even engineered? MRB ever get a chance to look at it? I'm assuming no. That's speculation. But if he doesn't know about it now, nobody knew about it in 2022.
Yeah.
Is there a way to reopen the permit? Because obviously it wasn't complete. I said, is there a way to reopen that permit? Because obviously it wasn't complete.
I don't think we can reopen it. We could issue a new permit and then deal with the fees or. Yeah.
That's the way of it.
And it might also be helpful, I'm sorry, I was just going to say, that may also be helpful if we can track Don Ferguson down to get his statement or comments regarding all of this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we can always try.
Another question, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Benson, the item that we're on the agenda mentions a wastewater agreement. Is there a wastewater agreement presented from Mr. Sutton to us or vice versa?
That's the one I was referencing earlier.
That's incomplete at this time.
We met as recently as yesterday, and then this morning. Well, we met yesterday. There were revisions, some minor revisions made. It was sent this morning, I believe, to Mr. Sutton's attorney, and that's why you don't have it. We don't.
So we're close, though.
We're close.
And you're aware of this also.
Yeah, city
so
attorney.
Then you understand if because that's incomplete and it wasn't presented to the board ahead of this meeting, we really can't be responsible to taking action. All we can do is talk about what we have already talked about.
Correct. You have now background information on the issue, and we can. And
I would say
tabled until the September 3rd. I believe that was we discussed that potentially yesterday.
I think you have that much time. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and
what happens on September 3rd?
That's the next board meeting. We'll bring this back. It'll need to be tabled. You can't, to your point, you cannot act on it. And we'll have the agreement to you well in advance of that meeting in your next meeting packet.
So, Mr. Sutton, I'm really sorry that you and friends of yours who, got property in that area and that y'all had to go through whatever you want to label this. I'll be careful. And I'll tell you the same thing I told Mr. Boynton. If we can help, we will. I think I think we've just demonstrated that as a board already for a lot of people. It's just a mess, obviously, and
well, we're making progress. Like I said, I'm 4 years into it. This is the farthest I've ever had this proceed, and all this has happened in 10 days.
I'm just not familiar as a land developer myself for these kinds of issues. I don't do these things on a handshake, nor have I ever been offered an opportunity to do so. So generally speaking, I think Mr. Inselman would probably agree that this stuff is often, I mean, he spoke on it earlier. There's a process for this, and then I think if I understood him correctly, someone bent or moved the process, which I don't understand either. That's not typical in my world at all. Everything, I can shake your hand and we can agree on something, but until our lawyers draw something up and it gets signed in front of a notary, it doesn't matter what we shook hands and said. It's just business, right?
It's just a letter of intent.
So I want to thank you for your time tonight, and just like Mr. Boynton, because clearly y'all been put through some kind of a ringer, and I hope that we can help you get it resolved sooner rather than later. I think that would be our goal. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I would add to all of this is that it may be helpful to have a follow-up discussion before we bring it back to an agenda, depending on the documentation that we get. So stay tuned for that. But in order to put an issue that's languished for almost 4 years now, which in my mind is just inappropriate, unfortunately. But
yeah, anything that y'all have questions over, just reach out to me, and I'll try to bring it to a meeting and bring that documentation. When I normally come, I have about a 6-inch file folder of stuff, and it's hard to find those things. But if you have very specific questions, I could dig through there before I come and have that out on top.
okay, we will probably do that. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right. Next item, discussion to conduct a public hearing regarding the Salado Sanctuary Phase 1B partial replat. Is that you, Gina?
Yes.
Okay, take it away.
Mayor, Alderman, the Sanctuary Phase 1B partial replat purposes to replat a portion of the existing Salado Sanctuary 1B subdivision by converting 2 former alleys into public access roads connecting to Crinum Lily Drive and Basket Flower Circle. This change will provide the affected lots with frontage on a public street in compliance with the village's subdivision ordinance. You have the partial replat on your screen. You've got a copy of it on the dais, and there's also a larger copy here on the table that Mr. Insulin has supplied for us. I also want to let you know the ESD Fire Marshal has reviewed the approved partial replat. The city engineer, MRB Group, has also reviewed the submittal and determined it complies with the village's subdivision ordinances. And we presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission on August 11th, and they recommend approving the partial replat to the Board of Aldermen. And then, of course, we have Mr. Inselman, who is here this evening to provide any additional information and answer any questions that the board may have. And again, as we have said in the past, and Mr. Inselman actually highlighted this just a few minutes ago in his comments, we're just cleaning up something that should have been transpired that was not caught. So we're going back and we're making sure that we get this done appropriately, and it's following all the guidelines between the fire marshal, city engineer, and the village's subdivision ordinances. Staff has no further comments.
So you want to make some comments before we start asking questions?
Yeah, similarly, I'll lightly touch on what we're trying to achieve here and then get ready to receive Q&A back and forth. This was a plan set that was completed and presented in 2019 or 2020 and approved by the village and their consulting engineer at that time. It was built out in a phase 1A, 1B arrangement with inspections and all that goes into that. It wasn't until that our builder partner went to go pull permits along Crinum Lily Road. If you're looking at your exhibit there, that's the one next to the biggest linear park up there, where that was always designed to be rear loaded to front onto a park, so that your front yard was a front yard, maybe a 4-foot picket fence, and then there's a sidewalk outside that and a park in front of you. Well, that's not compliant with city standards in that it requires to a 20, at least what does it say, 50-foot right of way. So that's where we spent some time seeing how we got all the way here. I mean, on this run of lots, everything's there but the road. We've got water, wastewater, Encore Electric, telecoms, sidewalk. Again, like I said, approved, stamped. The plat was approved also as built. And then, is this one that Veritas reviews, or who reviews the building permit? So submitting a building permit to Bureau Veritas, third-party consultant for that, was where this was flagged. And so now, in trying to support our builder partner to be able to do activities, because their permits are on hold with the village, we're coming here to plat it. We have construction plans for, and the village does as well, for the improvements needed here. We have them bid out to general contractors, same one who's doing the Sanctuary South neighborhood that y'all saw last month, and looking forward to write this as fast as we can, following all the required village processes.
Alderman Lassiter, I'll start with you. You have questions you want to ask regarding this change?
Not relative to the plat change, but the house that was built there, kind of a temporary house, is that a new sales model / office, sales office?
Construction trailer for construction office for us.
Yes. Okay, that's what it'll be. Are you going to do continuation of the same type housing through there?
Well, we've got two programs going on right now. This is the one that is now Arosa Lane on the Long Park I was talking about. It's a continuation of Castle Rock's building program. It'll be homes like they have across the alley on Pillars. And then the other one, like we did around the amenity site, where we have a custom home builder with two specs. I don't know if y'all been to the community to see those two specs. There's a desire for this one to also be custom builder lots, that because of the fronting on the park like that, they make sure that
not individually sold, not builder volume sold? Maybe.
Yeah, not a market dependent program.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I understand the plat change. So.
Okay. Alderman Dunch, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay.
For clarifications.
Alderman Sandor, any questions?
Yeah, can you just can you show me up here on this page what you're doing? I can't figure it out. Maybe the city rules say that front of the house, that's the front of the public road, public road, has to be the right of way. So that's one of them. The other one's right here. Then be able to see a bigger part. So thank you for explaining to me what it is that you're asking to be considered here. It's pretty simple, as I suspected that it was. So my questions to you are, how many net lots are you removing or adding in this ask? I know the answer, I'm just asking you to tell it to us.
0 lots. The lot count, lot size, lot frontage, everything remains the same as it is. It's just right away.
And so then this, like a lot of other things we have had to consider for your development recently, is really a formality. I think, well, really that's probably directed to staff. That's a formality at this point, because otherwise this would not comply. So this was missed at some point in time.
Correct.
A long time ago. And the developer tonight is trying to correct something that was overlooked by however many parties a long time ago, so that he can in fact be compliant with the way our ordinances read today.
That's correct.
Okay, and if that's right, and you just said that you are not adding any more lots or taking away any more residential lots.
Just to be technical with this, because I know you're in the industry, We are adding a right-of-way lot, which will be conveyed, but we're not changing residential lots.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't really have any other questions either. It's pretty straightforward, so I think you're good. You can sit down. Thank you. All right, we will go on to item G, which is a discussion and questions regarding the Salado Police Department monthly report. Chief Fields, come on up.
Mayor and Alderman, good evening. Did the way, if I remember correctly from a conversation with Mr. Benson earlier, we were going to try to kind of change the way we're doing this particular thing. Everybody here gets a copy of it online as well, so there's really no need of me actually just standing here and reading it back to you. But with that being said, do you guys have any questions for me?
Last one. Do you have any questions for Chief Fields, or do you want to pass right now?
I just start with one thing that I'm not going to ask you to answer tonight, but give me a simple answer, pie chart or something, maybe next meeting. Well, two things. One, on the 80 warnings, I kind of like to see how that breaks out summarily. I mean, the speeding warnings, was it stop signs? What are we dealing with in terms of warnings? And I'd just like to see what that is, just curious. Just a one-time snapshot of it, but I recall in the past having as many warnings issues as I saw on this month. That's why it jumped out at me.
Yes,
there may be good reasons. The other thing I wanted to ask you was, are you still working on some information for us with respect to the battery-powered bikes?
Yes, sir.
And moving in that direction. I've had several people complain about that at night, with not having lights on, and just a concern across the board, a safety concern for not only the young people on those bikes, whatever they call them, electric bikes, but it's also for the adults too, driving on the road. I mean, they don't have, even the lights on them are pretty small, so I am concerned about that for both the youngsters who typically use those, as well as the adults hitting somebody because they weren't able to see it. As long as you're working on that and trying to come up with something for us to consider in terms of a possible ordinance on that, adding to an existing ordinance, I would just encourage you to keep working on it.
Absolutely, sir.
Now that they're back in school, they're not quite have as much free time as they have during the week as they had over the summertime.
Yes, sir.
But we still need to look at that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all. I just want to remind you on that, and when you have time, you have time. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Alderman Marufo, you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Alderman Dunch?
No, it looks like the P1 level calls were kind of more in compliant with where you want them at for the month. For the month. So
5 minutes and 19
see,
seconds.
because we've had a couple months where those were kind of an outlier than what we were normally seeing. So the only other thing, on any feedback from the 4th of July event with all the people?
You know, we got a lot of great feedback from that, sir. We made it on the top places, a list of top places to be in Central Texas for the 4th of July. That list is usually dominated by Killeen, Temple, Belton, but Salado made it on there in our first attempt at doing the 4th of July celebration. Very, very proud of that. I had great feedback on July the 3rd with the laser light show. Everybody that talked to me out there at the event, because I was actually at the event, absolutely loved it. fireworks show, I think we had too many people for the venue, so we're probably going to have to consider a different venue if we're going to do that again next year. But with that being said, no injuries were reported, no incidents. We were good.
Thank you.
One thing I would like to add, actually two things I'd like to add. I wrote these down, notes after this was submitted. We're about halfway through our popsicle patrol right now. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the Salado Police Department purchases popsicles. We freeze them up, and then on weekends or when we have a lot of kids in the parks, we take popsicles down there and pass out popsicles to everybody, adults, kids, everybody. And right now we're about halfway through that popsicle patrol, and we've to date handed out about 300 popsicles. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. And second thing, this morning we were visited by the CJIS auditor. CJIS is a criminal justice information system. That's where we get our license plate returns, driver's license returns, wants and warrants checks, criminal histories, things like that. I am very happy to report that of the agencies, of the small agencies in Bell County, we were one of the very few that actually passed that inspection, that audit. We do have to make a few minor tweaks to some of our policies, nothing major. However, between myself and Peter McNeil with IT, we argued and argued and argued, and we finally got them to realize that we really don't need to buy a $17,000 piece of equipment. And the equipment that we currently have is sufficient. So we're the only agency that didn't get dinged for that particular item. So with that being said, we passed it, and we may have saved the village about $17,000 on having to purchase a piece of equipment.
That's awesome. Alderman Sandor, you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you, Chief.
Chief, I have just a couple questions for you. The first one, I did see that the total events for the month went down, so that kind of broke a trend, so I was glad to see that happen. But I am interested in when you look at, and I don't know if you have this information, but obviously you have total calls for service for 23, 24, 25. Do you have an idea how 26 is tracking? In other words, what I'm looking for is, are we on pace to exceed 2025, or do you think
we're on pace to exceed 2025?
Okay. By a lot, or?
It'll be close. If I had to estimate, probably 200-300 calls for service.
All right.
We've had some months that were up, some months that have been down. If you look at the chart that's right in front of that one, that's for the actual month of July for the years of 2024, 2025, and 2026. You can see that our calls for service in 2024 were 427 calls for service for that particular month. We are now up to 732 calls for service in the month of July. So we've almost doubled in the last 2 years with our calls for service. So they are trending up.
Which goes to some of the discussions we've had about resources for the police department going forward. Which this data is very helpful on that part. It does look like, probably not surprising, but looks like Fridays generally are the highest day of the week in which you deal with events.
So these are those two charts that you're referring, or those charts that you're referring to on page 2. Yeah. Those are two that I just recently started looking at and adding, and it breaks down the calls for service by day of the week, and it also breaks down calls for service by hour of the day. And like the second one down there, you can see we have a huge spike at 6 a.m. and that's either morning commute, school traffic, but it stays fairly consistent throughout the day and then starts to wane down about 9 p.m. at night. So that's why whenever some people say, or some people ask, well, why do you have an officer that comes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and gets off at midnight? That's why I have an officer that comes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and gets off at midnight, because I come in at 6 o'clock in the morning to help the day shift officer And then we have somebody else that helps the night shift officer further on in his shift. So.
So my last comment is on the handing out of popsicles. It does help when the 100-degree temperatures are around these days, so you probably have a lot of willing customers.
We have, even adults take the popsicles. When we first started doing it, they're like, oh, no, I don't want a popsicle, I don't want a popsicle. And then we started handing out popsicles. Hey, we can give them to adults too. Yeah, maybe I'll take a popsicle. Yeah.
Very good, okay. I have no, yeah, sure.
Ask him one question. I forgot to. Chief, going back to the July 4th event, the whole event, there was prior to the event, Will, whatever his name is, that's the director of Table Rock, and your cart parade and the possible closing of the street or not closing and the volume of people you had. We had asked him when it was over to meet with you and give you an update with respect to what you saw, what needed to be worked on. Has that happened yet? Has he reached out to you to visit about the traffic impact and how problems we have or how we can make it better next year?
No, sir, he has not.
He has not. Okay. Thank you.
I will make sure to reach out to him to.
Yeah, would you remind him? I remind you to ask an alderman ask about it, and I specifically remember us talking about that. My last comment, of course, it's not a question, it's a comment. I know these graphs take some extra time to do, but they're really quick and efficient, and they're very helpful for us to see. And I didn't want to allow that to pass by unnoticed, so I wanted to say thank you very much. It's a lot easier reading, and it's a very effective information, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Chief Fields. Okay, next up, discussion and questions regarding Salado Convention and Visitors Bureau Tourism Monthly Report. Is Deanna here? Yes, come on up.
Howdy, good evening, Mayor and Aldermen. My report is the same as far as not presenting ahead of, and if y'all have any questions after reading, just let me know.
Okay, we'll open it up for questions. I'll go to Alderman Dunch first this time. Do you have any questions for Deanna?
No, I'm pretty up to speed on it. I think just for the benefit of those that are current events that are coming up is the Founders Day, which I think is huge. I think for those that don't know, if you want to just let people know about the Sister City, yeah. Along with us becoming the designation for Texas for Scottish. I think there's
capital.
Two important things that for Founders Day, which basically our birthday for our village. So I think
sure.
Those are the
and that'll be in the August report too.
Okay.
On that, but yeah. So on Saturday, at the Salado Museum at 9 o'clock, they're doing the Founders Day where they're going to honor Colonel Robertson's birthday and do a celebration there. At that particular time was where the mayor will be presenting a proclamation. I didn't know if that was a surprise as far as the rest of that part goes, so I was kind of leaving that for Saturday to present that. And then as far as the sister cities go, there was a glitch on the system. They still have it, but however, when we spoke to them in regards to their program, they allowed us to sign up today as a member just to give it a donation. And what they did is they took our donation and applied it to that while they're getting that fixed on their back end with their program. So we did do that today. So that part is officially done as well.
That's great.
I don't have anything else.
Nothing else? Okay, Alderman Sandor, any questions?
No questions.
Alderman Lassiter?
Just a comment, I personally enjoyed attending the chamber meeting this morning, and I thought your idea was terrific on what you came up with, and I look forward to going to some more of those because I learned
paramount today. So
Great.
thank you and Tracy for inviting us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Alderman Marufo.
No questions, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I would just add to the comments that appreciate the events that you're working on, and I think the Sister Cities thing is going to be
It's very
it's going to be an
exciting.
interesting journey,
It will
but
be.
it's going to be one that I think will be pretty exciting to go with the Scottish Gathering as well as the Founders Day event. So
And it'll be great for the museum too.
yeah, absolutely. All right, thank
Okay.
you, Dan.
Yeah, thank y'all.
The mayor,
Yes.
I just, oh,
I'm sorry.
go for it.
I just didn't want to forget. On regards to Mr. Hearn, I had spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, and I believe the first week of September is he's supposed to do his post report. So that information that you asked for earlier may be in there then. Go ahead.
I'm unavailable on that Saturday for the Founders thing, so if you don't see me there, it's not because I don't care.
I won't hold it against you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is discussion. This probably should go pretty quick. Do you have any comments on discussion I regarding the door replacement in the village administrator's office? You want to take that, or?
Do you want me to give a summary of that?
Yeah.
The door that's in question, that's proposed to be replaced, is the door between my office and Gina's office. There's often times when during the workday we have meetings, or I have meetings, and at the meeting table that's on one side of that door, and Gina's working at her desk, and the sound just travels through there. And then also when the Board of Aldermen, as you know, go into executive session, we're at that same point. The door closes. It's not necessarily soundproof as we would like. So it's proposed to replace that door. I'd like to thank Alderman Sandor for his help on getting quotes for this door replacement. In collaborating with him, we have obtained a quote for $1,600 to replace that door. And that sounds like a really expensive door, and it's not just the door, it's a door frame, because right now it's what I'll call a French door, and it needs to be narrowed down to a standard sized door, similar to the door behind me. In our budget, we have $900 available remaining in the building maintenance account and building supplies account, which is available. What we're proposing or requesting board approval is to use $900 that's available in the janitorial account. That amount will not be used this fiscal year because we don't currently have a contract for janitorial services. Staff has been doing those services and so we're saving that cost and using out of that $1,800, using $1,600 of that. If approved, it will necessitate a budget amendment, which we'll bring back to you. Christie will bring that back at the end of September as part of our year-end budget amendment, just for accounting purposes. So we're requesting approval of the expenditure to replace that door using those funds.
Okay. And I would just add that the door he's referring to, I think you used the term French door, which is accurate. It's split, so it doesn't shut exactly right, so it does impact the ability to have private conversations. I'll go to Alderman Marufo first. Any comments you want to make on that?
No comments.
Okay. Alderman Dunn.
No comment.
Alderman Lassiter.
No comment?
Alderman Sandor.
Yes, the proposed amount originally was closer to 2,000. I was able to negotiate that down to 1,600. That is not being performed by any entity that I own, but rather subcontractors that I have relationships with for many years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that concludes the issues for tonight's board meeting for the workshop. We have a few items for the September 3rd Board of Aldermen meeting that we'll share with you tonight as well. First one up is presentation and discussion of the Village of Salado's proposed FY 2026-2027 budget, and I will turn that over to Administrator Benson.
Thank you, Mayor. The proposed budget, again, I'd like to, as we talked one or two meetings ago, like to thank the Mayor, Alderman Lassiter, and Alderman Dunch for spending a lot of hours on working with staff through developing the budget, as well as other aldermen who have come in and asked questions and taken the time to review the budget as well. The proposed budget was posted on the village's website on Monday, and so it is available for public review. As we previously discussed, there is a public hearing coming up on September 3rd for the budget, as well as on September 17th for the property tax levy. So the intent of tonight's presentation is to give an overview of the budget itself. No action is being requested tonight. This is for information purposes only for the board as well as for the public. So with that, I'm going to walk through a PowerPoint presentation, and if you'd bear with me, I'm happy to answer questions, but the way this PowerPoint is structured, I think you'll have questions on the front end. They may be answered as I go through some further slides. And so to start out, some highlights of the budget, kind of a high-level overview of the budget itself and what it is proposed to deliver as far as investments. The sales tax revenue is projected to increase, and I'll come back to that with a little more detail. In comparison, the property tax levy is proposed to be a lower tax levy than our current year. So with that said, our revenues are projected to be, our next fiscal year, to be up over what they are this year. So we're shifting from more to the sales tax side than from the property tax side. Another part is strengthening of our reserve fund. At the end of next fiscal year, we project that we will be in compliance with our reserve fund policy of 33% of our annual general fund expenditures. We're currently closer to about 2 months right now, or at the end of this fiscal year, where we're anticipating that to end up. The budget does include a 4% cost of living adjustment for all full and part-time employees. That 4% is based on a cost of living estimate from the Social Security Administration. No increase or decreases in staff sizes proposed. And then street repair funding, we know, is a priority of the board, and a lot of community members have asked for that and inquired about that. The budget does include $100,000 funding for street repairs, where we hire a contractor for a lot of those, as well as increased funding for pothole repair for increased pothole materials that we purchase. So we will continue to make street repairs and actually increase it with a little bit of increased funding. Budget at a glance, or overall, the proposed balance growth, again, targeted reserve and the targeted reserve use of expenditures. Two of our funds, the HOT fund, our expenditures do exceed the projected revenues. That is intentional as part of the budget. Normally we try to avoid that. However, the HOT fund budget has over $300,000 in unallocated cash balance or available cash balance, and so this budget will dip into that by about $120,000, just slightly over $120,000. The wastewater operating budget is also expenditures will exceed revenues, and that will result in dipping into the cash balance in that fund, and I'll come back to a little bit more on that here in a moment. Turning to the next slide, the sales tax revenue, coming back to that, is projected to increase by approximately $210,000. That projected increase is based on two parts. One, as shown on the slide, there's a table. We graphed historical sales tax revenues going back to 2007 through 2025 with a projection for the end of this year. The forecast that we undertook looked at a conservative estimate, what's a mid-range or expected forecast, or a high growth forecast. Because we're budgeting revenue, we do not want to be off on that. So we took the finance committee in discussing and reviewing that, chose the conservative estimate, which was the lower dollar amount of the projected sales tax revenue. Once that was established, with the action that the board took in the past, this current fiscal year, related to Salado Center particularly, we estimate that the village will receive an additional $150,000 in sales tax revenue from businesses that are in the Salado Center. As a point of references, that's the Quick Trip, the Taco Bell, businesses in that area. Next year, we know O'Reilly, thank you, about such a competitor. O'Reilly will be coming on and adding to that as well. So, and Starbucks, thank you, contribute to that. So we're anticipating $150,000. Again, that's conservative. That we're hoping that actually will be higher than that. But for revenue forecasting, we always want to be conservative. So that's how we got to the $210,000 increase in sales revenue or sales tax revenue. The general fund, the next slide shows a breakdown of the city's expenses by department. The wastewater capital is the smaller fund, I should say, not department. The wastewater capital is the smallest. The blue line on there is the projected revenues. The red line is the expenses. Capital is not, just to clarify, the wastewater capital is not the wastewater operating. The capital is the infrastructure improvements or expansion. So that revenue is a reflection of the impact fee collections the city has been not just receiving and projected for next year, but currently have available, plus adding to that. Those dollars do not get spent other than for capital projects, and so those ultimately will become matching funds or intended to become matching funds for grants on the wastewater system. Hopefully that we will, well, we have one with the EPA, and hopefully we'll have additional funds in the grants in the future we'll be able to obtain to further expand the wastewater system. The hot fund there, as I mentioned before, the blue is the projected revenue for next year. There's a green section to that. That is the cash carryover, using that cash balance. The red is the expenses, and as I mentioned before, the expenditures are projected to exceed revenues, and that's intentional. And I'm going to go into more detail here on that in a moment. The wastewater fund, operation funds rather, again, it shows what I just mentioned earlier, the expenditures exceeding the revenues. The debt, and I'll come back to that here in a moment too with a little more detail. The debt service is paying off our current debt, and it literally is revenue in and revenue out, and that's based on a portion of the property tax levy that we receive. And then the general fund is the largest dollar amount we receive. You can see there that the projected revenues will exceed our expenditures within the general fund. 60% of our revenue, total revenues, are related to the general fund. The delving into the property tax a little bit further, the tax rate levy is projected or is proposed based on the board's selection of the proposed property tax rate of the voter approved rate. Based on that, is proposed to fall 10.3% from the current rate this year or this fiscal year, 0.4231, and next year it's proposed to lower to 0.3797. To the right side of that, those numbers of that revenue increase, $79,000 or just under $80,000 is the property tax revenue on existing property tax. The additional $127,000 or just over that of property tax revenue is projected to come from new development that has occurred in the village that's coming onto our tax roll, property tax rolls. So that shows that what the growth within the community is driving our property tax, which is actually helping us be able to lower the levy for existing residents or property owners. That, and just a clarification, that 0.3797 is the voter approved rate. The next slide is general fund revenue growth. The left two columns are the FY 2026 budget, shows our revenues exceeding our expenditures this year. On the right, to the right of that, the two columns are the proposed revenue and expenditures. Again, revenues exceeding expenditures next year, and this again is the general fund. Some notable things here are the revenue growth for next year is projected to be 16.8% higher than up from this year. Our spending growth, however, is also up 15.1%, but it's lower than our revenue growth. So that gap is approximately $274,000. And when I mentioned earlier that we will be able to increase our reserve fund, that's where those funds are coming from, is that increment of additional, and that will get us back at the end of next year to our in compliance with the village's reserve fund policy. The projected ending general fund balance of next year is $857,000, just over $857,000. So basically the bottom line there is the village's financial footing is getting much stronger than it has been, so it's continuing to get stronger. The next slide shows the breakdown by department of where the general fund dollars go, from the smallest to the largest. The top there is the parks. On spending, the next one lower is Public Works Department, and followed by the Streets Department, and then Development Services. The administration, which is the orange, is the second largest. One notable aspect of the administration is noted to the right side is in this budget, we have combined some departments. The general administration department was merged into the administrative department. It was a small department as far as dollar-wise of the budget, and the duties intertwined, so we combined those two. And so in the budget document itself, in looking at the administrative budget, you'll see what appears to be a significant dollar increase, but it's really related to that combining of those two departments. The largest portion of the city's budget is the the Public Safety Department, which is in effect police department. Combined, the administration and public safety comprise 69% of our general fund budget. With that said, the largest non-personnel emphasis is in the street department at $279,000. So again, with including $120,000 in capital outlay for the streets. So, turning the page to the next slide and focuses on the HOT fund. The tourism investment draws $120,000 from the HOT, is proposed to draw $120,000 from the HOT fund cash balance. Projected revenues for the HOT funds are projected to be $257,000 next year, with expenditures of almost $378,000. That will result in a projected ending fund balance of $204,000 next year. Some notable aspects on the HOT fund is $58,000 in community grant program. That is for events, as well as the support of the museum in town, which is $10,000. There's also $30,000, and this is kind of part of that $120,000 cash balance for construction of a visitor information building in the downtown area, which those are intended to be matching funds for a grant to help with the cost of that. And then $37,000 in marketing. And the budget reflects an increased focus on marketing dollars to help that, and we view that as that's an investment that we should see a return on those dollars through increased sales tax and HOT funds, heads and beds, hopefully. And so we'll be tracking those marketing efforts, we currently track, but through those additional efforts, tracking those new marketing efforts as well. The next slide is our wastewater operations. It faces, as I said, the expenditures do exceed the revenues by almost $30,000 gap. The largest portion of that is in relation to our wastewater treatment plant and collection system operation and maintenance. As you dealt with at previous meetings over the course of the fiscal year, chemical costs have increased, and that's impacting us. Those are anticipated to continue to increase. Also, we will be going through an RFQ process for our contractual services for the operations. We anticipate that cost we're going through that process as our contract with our current operator ends, will result in a higher cost. Engineering is $35,000, and that's for on-call. And then we've also budgeted $25,000 for a utility or wastewater rate study. It's been a number of years since the village has undertaken that, and that rate study will actually give us some forecasting in the future, which I think will help us be able to better budget and anticipate costs in our wastewater operations. And then we've established $30,000 in an equipment replacement account line for unanticipated equipment replacements to kind of buffer or serve as a shock absorber for the budget on wastewater on major equipment, pumps and motors replacement that we are not anticipated but do happen. That approximately $30,000 gap, if we were to cover that in our rates, that would equate to a $4.96 rather increase per customer per month to cover that. We're not proposing a rate increase at this point. We want to go through that rate study to look at that. So the operating balance at the end of next year for the wastewater operations is projected to be $21,500. That's low for us, and that's a little concerning because it's in case we have emergencies or unforeseen costs. That's a concern. But again, that's what the rate study will help us plan for how to address that. The next slide is the capital and debt. Our capital capacity strengthens while debt service stays fully funded. For the wastewater capital fund, $206,000 is projected to increase through impact fees from new development next year, with bringing our total estimated end balance of impact fees to $765,000. Again, that's to be used as matching funds for future improvements to the wastewater treatment plant or trunk lines as the system would expand outside of developers' cost contributions. And so that really wraps it up. Again, just as a summary, the sales tax revenues are projected to increase. Property tax levy is projected to decrease. We will be strengthening the reserve fund amount for the village while providing a 4% cost of living adjustment for our employees, which are the village's biggest asset. And then we're providing increased funding on our street repairs. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you, Administrator Benson. And I think I will go to Alderman Dunch first this time, since you were involved in the Finance Committee and helping us work through this. Do you have any questions for Mr.
No,
Benson?
I don't have any questions. The comment to the open public is, yes, we increased the budget for road repairs and patching. Our team has done miraculously, efforts to play whack-a-mole literally with the roads and trying to prioritize. And our road infrastructure is old, guys. We simply haven't invested. We have no reserves there, and the amount that we have doesn't come close to what is really going to be needed. You drive around, you see those potholes. That's only going to spread and get worse. We're trying to patch as best we can, but that's going to be a very tight on the budget this year, and it continues to be a concern. So, we got a lot of priorities as a group of aldermen here, but we did do the study for potential road bond, which is still on the table. So, I'll lay that out there. Outside of that, no, I appreciated working with the team and the collaborative effort to put this together, and I think we got a solid plan. I love the fact that we're have the 3 months reserves by the end of this coming year. That means you're financially secure, because we haven't been in that position for a while. we're financially secure, hopefully by the end of this coming year. That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Alderman Lassiter, any comments you want to make on the budget or questions?
No, I think Neil covered it well. I really did learn a lot in the process, and thought we worked well together and came up with a good plan, and appreciate the support of the other aldermen on that, and I also appreciate the hard work that was done by our staff to put this presentation together and put together a meaningful budget that makes financial sense, it's prudent, it's transparent, and it's a significant step forward in a positive direction.
Thank you. Alderman Sandor, do you have any questions?
No. Second time. I'll thank the guys that worked on this. I know you guys are up here a lot. So thank you for diving in deep on this. It was obviously needed. And if I missed it a moment ago, I was calculating something. What is the, what are you budgeting for road repairs this next fiscal year?
You got that detail?
Yeah, it's right around $120,000. And that is, to a point, and I apologize, I didn't mention this, that $120,000 does not include the Royal Street project, which will begin hopefully this year or for sure next year, as well as hopefully, I don't know that we'll be starting construction on West Village Road, but we're definitely are moving forward with that project as well, and those dollars are on top of that $120,000.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because the last 2 or 3 times I've worked with city staff to try to qualify and approve scopes of work that I help put together for contractors to bid on in regard to road repairs. Those were all in the 40-something and 50-something thousand dollar neighborhood, and that's only 2 or 3 of them. So with that said, I'm hoping that you guys can continue as you work through as finance committee and plan forward. I know we're limited, and we'll take whatever we can get on that and do the best that we can as we've been doing in the last year or so. But I hope that number can be increased at some point in time, because we're going to need more than $120K a year to keep up with improvements around here, specifically because they've been neglected for around 20 years, I think. And that's it. Thank you. Okay.
Alderman Marufo.
No questions. Thanks y'all for the hard work.
All right, thank you. I would just tag on to Alderman Sandor's comments that it is my hope as we now get the budget in line in building reserves, that we see the amount as we go forward in future years, we see the amount dedicated to streets maintenance go up significantly, because it's going to take a while to fix all the roads in Salado, whether we do some future funding from the MRB project that we undertook, that we significantly try to improve this account expense line as we continue to see growth.
To be totally clear, I'm very grateful for what you've come up with, all of you. I think I'm telling you something you already know. Like 120K is very much appreciated, but that's not going to. We just are going to need a bigger number when we can get to that point in future years.
Yeah,
I think y'all know that. So
totally
I just wanted to say that since I've been working with Gina and her staff on qualifying this stuff. I mean, everything we touch together is 40, 45, 50, 55,000. Some things we can approve because there's budget to do so. Other things have to be managed for the future, which is why I'm mentioning the need for the additional money. So
120 is a drop in the bucket, really.
It is, but I appreciate it, and I'm sure they do too. It's just we'll need a little more than that at some point. So thank you guys.
Actually, my goal, just as a comment, is that we see this line item in the future at some point gets up to 400 or 500,000 at some point, because you think about
every year. You got to build a reserve
every year.
Yeah.
So
we'll get there eventually. Thank you guys.
Okay, thank you for all those comments.
Mayor, could I?
Yes.
So that I don't get apple or tomatoes thrown at me tomorrow. I left out some people that are significantly contributing to the budget as well.
Okay.
I'd like to thank the department heads, Gina, and Chief Fields, Indiana, and others, and really all staff that put their respective department budgets proposals together, because they did an excellent job, and they were very fiduciary in putting that, and not going crazy, but yet requesting to meet the needs. And so I'd like to thank them as well. So hopefully I got on their good side now and not forgot to thank them as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you too, John, for the work that you did with the Finance Committee. I very much appreciate the process. I think we now have a more consistent approach that the village can look forward to every year versus what had been done in the past. Okay, next item. Discussion of possible amendment to Village of Salado's speed limits on city streets from a maximum of 30 miles per hour unless otherwise posted to a maximum of 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted. Administrator Benson, you want to take that, or is somebody going to walk us through that?
I believe this is a project Chief Fields is working on, and so I'm going to ask him to come up. And this is, as indicated on the agenda, this is something that's not requested any action tonight. It's information on what he's working on.
Good evening again. I was approached after an alderman meeting by Alderman Vancura, who wanted me to take a look at inconsistent speed limits through our residential neighborhoods. We have some residential neighborhoods that have speed limits of 30 miles an hour, some residential neighborhoods that have speed limits of 25 miles per hour. I don't have my statistics with me tonight. I wasn't planning on doing a full presentation on it. I kind of got a little discombobulated when he went up through a whole PowerPoint program and everything else. I was told that this was just to give you guys a heads up what we're working on, and if you had any questions, we can work on those. So I apologize, but I'm sure I don't have to tell you that, it's not a matter of if it's going to happen. It's probably a matter of when it's going to happen. If it can be predicted, it can be prevented. And we have narrow streets, we have walkers, we have kids playing in front yards, we have mailboxes that are right beside the edge of the roadway, and we have speed limits that are 30 miles an hour through places like that. So with that being said, I'm looking statistically on lowering speed limits in the residential areas, the housing areas, from 30 miles an hour down to 25 miles per hour. And that is possible. A proposed reduction is authorized by Texas Transportation Code Section 545-356, which allows municipalities to establish lower speed limits when the governing body determines the existing speed limit is either unreasonable or unsafe. So hopefully I'll have better stats for you in 2 weeks, but that is a project that I'm working on, and then I'll be bringing to you at the next meeting.
Okay. Any questions from any of the aldermen? All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Next item, discussion of conditional use permit application for the liquor store at 318 North Main Street.
Mayor and Alderman, I'll just give a highlight on this matter. I don't have a full presentation. You'll have a full packet at that next meeting. This is really just information that the conditional use permit is currently been posted for a public notice. So staff is accepting any comments that anyone may have on the proposed liquor store on Main Street, which is in the historic district. At this time, I have no other comments on this matter.
Okay. Any questions from the alderman at this stage? Go ahead, Alderman Sanders.
I guess it is allowed if we're looking at it. Is that allowed in the?
It is allowed by a conditional use permit approved by the Board of Aldermen.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Alderman Rufo?
No question.
Alderman Dunge?
No questions, just appreciate the heads up on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no questions either. Oh, you do? Okay.
Sorry.
Alderman Lassiter.
Slow thinking, I just wanted a clarification or, on the planning commission meeting last week. Was it last week that did they make a decision on, that particular item at their meeting?
So item C,
Yes.
it will be at the next meeting coming up.
Okay.
It's not been presented to them yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then item D, notice or discussion of proposed amendment to sign ordinance.
Mayor, this is my item again.
Okay.
We did a public hearing and had several workshop meetings at P&Z on updating our sign ordinance, particularly the monument signs, in regard to making sure that we have monument signs that for commercial/retail that are surrounded by residential zoned areas. And I hope to bring those recommendations in an amended draft ordinance to you on September 3rd. That is my goal.
Okay, thank you. Any questions up here from the Alderman? Do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gina. Last item, discussion of acceptance of the amended public utility easement and lift station in Drake's Landing subdivision.
Mayor, this is my item again.
Okay.
Staff has been working with the developer of Drake's Landing. As you know, Drake's Landing subdivision has been in place for quite some time. There was some errors done on the actual easement and acceptance of that lift station. So we have just been working through that to try to get that resolved. The developer has been working with us greatly. It's also had Encore involved with that, which has really prolonged the process. So we just actually got an easement that the developer signed, and it was mailed to Encore. So we are making huge improvements over my 2 years here helping work on this matter. And I hope to have something solid to you by September 3rd. But again, it's going to depend on how quickly Encore can get that turned back around and recorded for us to bring it back to the Board of Aldermen for acceptance.
Okay, thank you, Gina. Any questions from the bed? Okay, seeing none, we will go to our last item, administrative updates and reports. Village Administrator will provide updates regarding ongoing projects, operations, and administrative matters. Mr. Benson, you have any updates you want to provide?
I have a few. The Royal Street project, the bid was awarded. We're still working through with our engineers and with TxDOT to get TxDOT concurrency on that project. Once we have that bid award will become official. We anticipate that will be before the end of the month. In fact, I think we're very close. TxDOT needed some information from our engineers, which I believe they submitted to them yesterday. So that is in process. Because when the bid was awarded, there were alternate deducts that came out of that, which changed what maybe people have in mind. Our engineering firm, MRB Group, is working on finalizing a total blank on the name of the roll plot. Yes. A roll plot, thank you. Which is basically a long plot of showing the improvements with the aerial photo. Once we have that finalized, and some of the aldermen have seen the draft of that, and thank you for input because it helped clarify some things and address some things that need to be shown better on that. We plan to hold a public open house for businesses, the public, to come and see what that project will entail. So it's easy to talk about it, but everybody kind of walked away with maybe a different vision in their head of what it actually will be. And I think our intent is to show actually where the improvements will occur and what type of improvements will occur at different locations. So we don't have a date set for that yet, but we will. Once we do, I will obviously let you know, as well as we'll advertise that to the public and to the business owners along Royal Street particularly. West Village Road, we had a meeting this past week on working through schematics for to get to the intent of getting to a final schematic so we can get into final design. And so that work continues. Gina and I met earlier this week with a couple representatives from the Texas DOT on kind of a general. I had not met them yet, so being relatively new here, it was an opportunity for me to get to know them and vice versa. The notable thing why I'm bringing that up, though, is not so much that aspect, but they updated us on the FM 2484 project, widening project, and they indicated that that is scheduled to start in February, which was a different date than what we had anticipated. So that widening project, or the next spring, will be underway. They anticipated that will take a 30-month or 2.5-year long project. The first phase will be from I-35 to 1671. 1670. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Yes. So the construction will start in May. I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification. So it's 2 phases from I-35 to 1670, and then from 1670 to the west. I think everybody's heard about a stoplight at 2484 and 1670. They also said it will add stoplights at 2484 and I-35 on both sides of that interchange. So those are changes coming over the next, starting in May and the following 2.5 years. Don't know when those stoplights will go live on that. They didn't indicate that. Lastly, during the budgeting process, we've talked about, and for those people that are maybe watching this online at home, the sound system. We recognize the sound system doesn't always carry through on the streaming. The quality of seeing the PowerPoints and things like that aren't always the best. At the request through our discussions through that budgeting process, I did get with Extraco, which in turn, they do not do the streaming or this type of work, but they brought in a vendor that does do that. We had a meeting on that, and we're getting a quote to look at the streaming, improving our streaming, our sound system, so that the microphones aren't not just in this room, but tie better into that streaming. And then the audio visual of when we're showing something on the screen, it automatically will show on those. Plus, the audience will be able to see better with some new monitors closer to them where they can see what's instead of that screen from in the back of the room, which is hard to see. So that's first of multiple vendors that we're going to be talking with. So wanted to let you know that. And then lastly, this is Gina's second to last meeting tonight. I didn't ask permission to do this from her, but as you all know, Gina accepted a position and will be leaving the Village of Salado. Her last day will be September 3rd, which happens to be the next Board of Aldermen meeting, and she's promised that she will show up for that meeting that night. So anyway, I would like to thank Gina for the little over 2 months that I've gotten to work with her, but all that she's done for the village, and she's been a huge help for me in getting my feet on the ground here as well. So and that she'll be missed. Congratulations.
We'll hold you to showing up on September 3rd. Okay, that brings our workshop meeting to a close. So we will stand in adjournment. By the way, the Board of Aldermen meeting will start in roughly 5 to 7 minutes. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Mayor Ingram,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunn,
Present.
Alderman Sandor,
Here.
Alderman Lassiter,
Here.
Alderman Ventura, Alderman Moore.
Here.
Mayor Ingram, and members of the board, we have five that are present, one that is not present, four is.
All right, thank you. So we will begin our Board of Aldermen meeting. We'll start with the invocation, so please join me in a moment of reflection or prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather tonight for this meeting of the Salado Board of Aldermen, we ask for wisdom, patience, and clarity of mind. Let us be guided by a shared commitment to the well-being of our community, keeping the best interests of Salado residents at the heart of our discussion. May we listen to one another with respect, debate with civility, and make decisions that foster safety, prosperity, and harmony for all who live, work, and visit here. Amen. Now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor and Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, one state under God, one indivisible. Okay, next up is public comments. We start off with item A, items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries and matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. With that, we do have several people who have asked to speak. First up is Carolyn Britt. She lives at 231 College Hill Drive in Salado, Texas. Carolyn, are you here? She's gone? Okay. Next, I have Jennifer Prevost. She lives at 1204 Fairway Circle in Salado, Texas.
Gentlemen, Jennifer Prevost, 1204 Fairway Circle.
There you go. Thank you.
We are. Boy, I did not expect for this to be an all-nighter, y'all. I'm in my pajamas by now. So I just am presenting a petition that I put in about 3 weeks ago. We have about 174 signatures. I'd say 70% of the people are from the Salado area. And I'd just like it officially put into the record for the RV boat ordinance situation that's going on. Kathy was generous enough to get me this partial packet of the my request for the records. We are still waiting for information from the OAG on the statistics of actually how many people have complained over the last 5 years to initiate this sort of inquiry to create an ordinance for RVs and boats. I'd like to, I can get you the names for the petitioners if you need that, but I know we have a few more weeks of this ongoing, but I'm happy to do that. But I'd like those put into the record that you guys can see that there are people that are not in support of this and would like you to cancel the request to put in an ordinance, because apparently there is no RV ordinance. I was under the impression when I moved here, because I was contacted by the village that told me I needed to bring in all my weights, all my vehicles and all of my property. But now I'm understanding that there is no RV or boat ordinance. So I'm very confused. So I'm hoping that we can get all of this clarified very soon. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Claire Hartman from 4064 Betty Place.
See if I pull it down here. Hopefully I'll be heard. My voice really doesn't carry, so good evening. Maybe I should say good night, gentlemen. My name is Claire Hartman, and I have lived in the village of Salado for about 24 years. And so I suppose some people may still think I'm a newcomer. And to be accurate, I actually live in the ETJ. And over the years, I have watched Salado grow, change, and face its share of challenges, not much unlike y'all are feeling now. Through the trials and tribulations this village has faced one thing after another, and it's always stood out to me that Salado comes together when it matters, and we find a way to prevail for the good of this village. Before I lived here, the village came together to incorporate so that we could be assured that Salado would remain Salado. Then a few years later, when we were threatened by involuntary annexation from surrounding towns, residents gathered and voluntarily entered into the ETJ of Salado, again to protect Salado, staying Salado. Then we recognized that Salado needed something more to offer to those that lived in the village in order to protect Salado. And so we built a utility, and that became our sewer system. The bottom line is this: we need more rooftops inside our village limits. The question is, how do we do that? I believe one answer is that we look to have to seriously at growing our sewer system. I know I'm not the first person to say this, but we need steps that we can move forward. There are 3 large tracts of land out on FM 2268 owned by developers and builders. If we could find a way to extend sewer services to those parcels, would they be willing to come into the village? I don't know the answer to that, but I believe it's important enough for us to ask. Time truly is of the essence. We don't have years on this, and we may already be too late, but it doesn't hurt to have the conversation. I want to urge y'all and encourage y'all, the aldermen, to consider forming a sewer committee to explore our options, or to encourage us with the very steps that we need to take to determine what we can handle. Practical solutions may exist, but we need a focused effort to identify them and determine how Salado can move forward thoughtfully and responsibly. Just imagine what it could mean if 1,000 new rooftops came into the village. A larger tax base would give us more opportunity to grow Salado in a thoughtful way, while easing the burden on those already inside the existing limits. So I say this in a very friendly spirit, but with a real seriousness of heart. The time is now to act. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, our last person on items not on the agenda is Brian Sunshine, 926 North Ridge Road.
I told my wife I'd be home in a half an hour. That was at 6. Alderman Sandor, it was great to see you and talk to you at the grocery store last week. Jim Lassiter, pickleball. Marufo, Alderman Marufo, I'm going to beat you at trivia next time. Mayor Ingram, I don't know you well, but thank you for returning the $946,000 to the appropriate party so quickly and resolving most of that issue. I still have a lot of questions, and that's not why I'm here to speak tonight, but there are a lot of unanswered questions about what was spent, when it was spent, how it happened, who's accountable. I don't see transparency at all. I don't see intellectual honesty, and I'm glad the Collins family got their money back. It was the right thing to do. I wasn't involved with any of that, but But I'm glad that piece of it is closed, so thank you. Alderman Dunch, I'm glad that you finally realized a Royal Street conflict of interest in your vote, because I'm very sensitive to conflicts of interest. If I have a real or perceived conflict of interest, I'm going to abstain from that vote. I'm going to abstain from the conversation. City Manager Benson, welcome. Good luck. And Gina, I'm sorry to see you go. You've been here for a couple of years, but thank you for all of your efforts. And I've known Gina for, oh my gosh, a long time, at least a dozen years at the Harker Heights Chamber of Commerce, and she's always been very good to the members at the Harker Heights Chamber, and she's done a good job here. So the reason I'm speaking today is because I was doing some research, and yes, I do research from time to time, and I came across something that I didn't expect to find. So I want you to go back into the Wayback Machine. October of 2011. The village signed a water franchise fee agreement with the Salado Water Supply Corporation starting November 1st, 2011, and expiring, terminating, October 31st, 2016. During that time, when it expired, Kim Fouts was getting fired as city manager. Don Ferguson was just coming on board. As a result, there was no renewal of that franchise agreement. I have looked and I have pored over meeting minutes and ordinances. There is nothing. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Finally, on March 20th of 2025, there's an alderman meeting, and City Manager De La Rosa says at that time, the franchise fee has expired and we need to renew it for 5 years. And the agreement itself is a good one. It says we're renewing it for 5 years and it has an automatic renewal unless there's a modification in the agreement itself. So going forward, we're okay. This is where I became disappointed. He didn't say in that meeting when the old agreement expired. As far as I can tell, all my research says that agreement expired October 31st, 2016. The village did not have the authority to collect any franchise fee from Salado Water Supply Corporation for almost 9 years. So I went to the Salado Water Supply Corporation and talked to Warner Preston, and I asked her, what am I missing here? Well, I'm not missing anything. They don't have a copy of any renewals, but they've been making the payments all along. The tax is 4% of your water bill, basically, of the water that you used. And that's money that the village was never entitled to. So what I'm saying is, what I'm asking is that, and I'll do a public information request tomorrow, is that you look into this issue. And if the money belongs to the taxpayers and you didn't have the authority to collect it, you have the obligation to give it back. And I'm always, and I just came across this out of nowhere. And I think the facts are true. I'm asking you to look into it and get back to me as quickly as possible. So for me, my water bill is about $100 a month. That's $4 a month times 12 months. That's $48 a year times 9 years. So, you know, you owe me maybe about $350, $400 times whatever. So thank you for your time, and it's nice to be back. Oh, and I have one other thing, if I may. If you could invest and put in the budget in a larger TV, they're very inexpensive. I could not read from the second to last row anything about that budget. So, but I like the presentation. I like the bullet points. I like looking at words, not columns. So, Mr. Benson, if you could make that publicly available or send me that presentation, I couldn't find it. Oh, it's not there yet. Okay, but it will be. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that will take us into, get to the right place here. We will now, that takes us into item number 2, the executive session. So we will adjourn to go into the executive session. The Board of Aldermen will enter a closed session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, to consult with the legal counsel regarding cause number 26 DCV 360170, Hopstrasse Brewing Company, LLC, versus City of Salado, Texas, in the 146th Judicial District Court, Bell County, Texas, including receiving legal advice, discussing status of the matter, and considering legal options. Item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551071 and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, to consult with legal counsel regarding TX 267748 RE charge of discrimination, Manuel De La Rosa versus Village of Salado, Texas, including receiving legal advice, discussing the status of the matter, and considering legal options. And then finally, we will, as I mentioned earlier, we will, pursuant to Texas Government, item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate regarding the appointment and employment of applicants for the position of municipal court judge. And with that, we will adjourn, or we will adjourn into executive session. Thank you. We'll not go into executive session yet. We had, my fault, we had a person who wanted to speak on items that were on the agenda. So let's do that first before we adjourn. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak per the agenda item during this time. Public comments on agenda items will only be received during this portion of the meeting. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. We do have one individual who has requested to speak. Judge Matthew Wright from Rosebud, Texas. So please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Sorry to kind of interrupt your move to executive session, but I figure it was important. My name is Matthew Wright. I represent Diaz and Wright. I'm also a presiding judge in the state. Been a presiding judge now for 14 years. We submitted a packet to you all in response to your request for bids for proposals for the judge, and we always like to sit down and talk with the cities and give them an opportunity to ask questions and actually meet us face to face. We actually handle the judicial services for your next door neighbor, Holland. Have been doing that for a while. Then also we handle in Falls County. I've been a judge in Tarrant County, Bell County, and Falls County now for those 14 years. I do hold appointments at Baylor University and also Texas A&M School of Law in Fort Worth. I teach for both universities. I teach law and negotiations for the universities there. The other thing too, just to bring you about, is our firm actually does municipal law. I've never been so glad not to be a municipal lawyer listening to your all's first couple hours here tonight. But I was calculating the billable hours that you might be having. But we really specialize in the judicial services. And one of the things that kind of makes us stand out is that a contract with our firm brings 2 judges and 24/7 on-call services. And so there's a presiding judge that gets to be appointed as part of our contract, an associate judge, and you don't pay additional. You pay basically either a flat fee that's negotiated or the hourly fee that we also have. That means that you have a 24/7 coverage for your police officers and that type of thing. We have an e-warrant system that we use. The e-warrant system that we use is used by the FBI, ATF, DEA, Texas DPS, kind of across the area. So we're pretty used to doing warrants at all hours at night. And we use that system in both Bell County and in Falls County as well. So we bring the capacity to do it. Our paralegal's also a court clerk. We can assist with courts that are in trouble. We have taken over several courts that are in trouble, kind of turned them around, got them going, and got them moving. And so that kind of tends to be our niche, and we typically work with rural and smaller cities. So we don't do anything larger. Belton would be the largest that we would ever do. But basically, cities and villages like Salado and Holland and Rosebud and Marlin, those kind of be our bread and butter, and that's kind of what we do with it. I am licensed in the federal court. I do practice federal defense. I'm also licensed and admitted to the U.S. Supreme Court as well. That puts me in a kind of a percentage of attorneys here in the state that can actually practice the U.S. Supreme Court. I have argued and won Fourth and Fifth Amendment in our Texas Supreme Court, so I do have that trial experience as well. And I also have done a bunch of jury trials as a judge and served as a visiting judge up in Tarrant County. So I just wanted to introduce myself, let you, if you had questions for me, I know you guys can't talk about it right now, but I did want to make myself available if you ever did have any questions for me. You can always reach out, and I'm nearby anyway. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to talk. Thank you for letting me come visit with you all today. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know. Thanks,
Well,
Mayor.
thank you, Matthew, for coming forward. Sorry to skip over you.
It's okay. Trust me, everyone wants to skip over real quick. So I get it. I 100%.
All right, appreciate that. Okay, as I said earlier, we will now adjourn into executive session. So we stand adjourned for the moment. All right, everybody hear me? Okay? Yeah. All right, so we've returned to open session, and we are on item 4, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding topics in executive session. No action taken on the Hopstrops Brewing Company topic, and no action was being taken on the charge of discrimination with Emmanuel De La Rosa versus Village of Salado, Texas topic. And on item C, discussion of the municipal judge position for the city. We have decided to table that discussion until our September 3rd board meeting. So those were the actions taken tonight in the executive session. So we will move on to number 5, consent agenda. Discussion, consideration, or possible action regarding the following. Approval of the regular Board of Aldermen meeting minutes dated August 6, 2026. Acceptance of the Police Department monthly report, and acceptance of the Convention and Visitors Bureau Tourism monthly report. So do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Mayor, I move to accept 5A as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Sorry about that. Okay, we go to item 6. Discuss and consider possible action regarding any item removed from the consent agenda. There was none, so we'll go on to item 7. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding 7A, acceptance of the proposed public utility easement agreement between Bratton Land and Cattle LLC and the Village of Salado. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept 7A as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. We have tabled appointment of the municipal court judge to September 3rd. So item C, acknowledgement of the Aero Vista golf cart that we have also tabled that item, sorry. We'll go down to item D, acceptance of the wastewater main on Baines Cove. Do I have a motion on item D or any further discussion? So, sounds like we may need discussion or no motion, or would the board like to table movement on
discussion.
This? Okay.
So to be clear, again, in workshop, we talked about acceptance of the wastewater main on Baines Cove, but we also dove into waiving impact fee, which really isn't on here. So, and I know I was on that for a long time, so I apologize to the board and everybody listening on that. But if the wastewater main on Baines Cove has been installed correctly per MRB, our retained civil engineers, they inspected it and agreed with it, then, do you know if that is true? I believe I heard that tonight.
That is correct.
That is
They
correct.
have inspected it and it was installed.
The other thing on that, back to your point, is that we actually have been collecting fees from them. How do we collect fees if we never accepted it?
Well, because it's going to the wastewater treatment plant. We're treating their sewage, it's just conveying that first part of
This just seems like some
is
general
on through
governance
a private
before you
sewer,
start
maybe before it gets to the public.
Maybe I'm a little off base here, but I just, the whole thing is just bizarre to me, but the fact that they're paying into it, but we haven't accepted it, that just seems bizarre. So at this point, I don't know why we wouldn't. as long as the caveat is that does not indicate that we're saying there's impact fees for the 4 remaining lots.
I don't even think we have to say that because it's not on here, but I agree 100% with you.
But to the direction, what I'll call direction to staff is at the September 3rd meeting or a future meeting, we will bring the impact fee waiver request back for board consideration.
Yeah.
On those 4 unbuilt on lots.
But for the motion tonight, it is specific right here.
Right.
Do you think we should, if someone should make a motion that they should reiterate what you just said for that motion?
That'd be fine. That'd be fine.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept 7D as written.
Have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item E, approval of the wastewater agreement with Elwood Chet Sutton. This one, I think, from our discussions, there is additional information, I believe, that is going to be needed in talking with Mr. Sutton.
Agreed. I think we should table this.
Yeah, I would recommend it be tabled to September 3rd.
So,
Mayor?
Yes.
I move to table item 7E, please.
Okay. So I have a motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Now on to item F, approval of the Salado Sanctuary Phase 1B partial replat. Do I have a motion?
Make the motion to approve 7F as stated.
Do I have a second? Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item G, expenditure for replacement of a door in the village administrator's office. Do I have a motion?
Discussion.
Discussion, go ahead.
Mr. Benson, I want to stay away from this. It doesn't really matter, but I'd like to. Is that an abstention or what?
You recuse yourself or abstain from the vote.
You could do either one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will abstain.
Abstain, okay. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept item 7G as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. And let it be noted that Ms. Sandor, abstained. Okay, item H, approval of a proclamation declaring Salado as the Scottish capital of Texas. Just as an added note, this will be this ceremony will be done at the Founders Day meeting memorial event on Saturday. Just so you know.
I'll make the motion to approve 7A as written.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. And with that, that concludes our items, and I will call for any other final comments or motion to adjourn.
Will we do a third quarter financial review in the third quarter? Budget, just a brief one for our citizens.
Yes, I believe it will be on the September 3rd agenda. Christy just talked with me about that.
I knew the budget was a much bigger priority. We kind of know what we are, but just a short version of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to adjourn.
All right. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.